All right, well, thank you for being here, everybody. My name is Raymond Bro, and I am a utilities engineer with the California Public Utilities Commission, otherwise referred to as the CPUC or simply the Commission. Today marks the first quarterly Integration Capacity Analysis, or ICA workshop. This workshop is facilitated by the Commission, but it will be led by the investor-owned utilities, or IOUs. Let's move on to logistics. So today's meeting is a WebEx webinar where attendees are automatically muted as you join. To ask a question, please use the raise hand feature, which should appear on your screen as indicated at the bottom of this slide, and a host will unmute you so that you can ask your question. Alternatively, if you prefer typing, you can also use the chat function. The chat will be monitored so that questions are identified and will either be read aloud and responded to verbally or responded to in the chat. Attendees may also be unmuted to respond to and answer verbally. And please remember to mute yourself when you are done speaking. That said, I think we'll move on to some opening remarks from the assigned commissioner's office. Commissioner Hauk, if you are able, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's first quarterly utility-led ICA or Integration Capacity Analysis workshop. The high DER proceedings track 1 phase 1 decision last fall set in motion several improvements to the utilities ICA maps, both load and generation ICA, as well as a process for continued improvement. As such, today's marks an important step in the continued effort to improve these critical tools. I want to take a step back for a minute and discuss why we're here and what I see as the objective for today. The ICA quantifies the maximum amount of power that can be injected into or drawn from the distribution system while requiring minimal to no distribution mitigations, upgrades, or operational restrictions. These tools for load and generation are essential to enabling a high distributed energy resource future as they provide transparency for developers and other customers. While important tools, parties to the high DER proceeding as well as other customers have raised concerns that these tools need to be improved for accuracy, accessibility, as well as other improvements. While the high DER Track 1 Phase 1 decision set in motion several improvements for the utilities to address, the process the Commission established through this decision for workshops and reports will allow for improved tracking and accountability and ongoing improvements to the ICA based on stakeholder feedback. The utilities will be hosting these quarterly meetings focused on discussing ICA challenges, including inaccuracies. It's my expectation the workshops will allow for updates on progress and facilitate constructive collaboration between utilities and stakeholders. Each utility will additionally submit a biannually ICA and data portal report that describe all known issues related to the ICA accuracy and missing or erroneous ICA values. Critically, the workshop discussions will inform remediation plans and timelines for known issues that the utilities will include in these reports. Broadly, the goal of this work is to improve the usefulness of these tools to better capture the available grid capacity, minimize cost, and upgrades where feasible. Better enable developers and customers to understand the limitations and opportunities associated with a planned project or location and assist customers in determining optimal project siting. Accessible and accurate ICAs provide benefits to utilities, ratepayers, and larger customers, while solar and EV charging developers, which is critical again to our high DER future. It can inform whether these customers decide to pursue a project and can inform both utilities and customers about the resources involved in pursuing that project. Done efficiently, this reduces back and forth between customers and utilities devoted to examining grid locational constraints. So the information that comes out in these workshops is very important. Today, we're going to hear from each of the large utilities regarding their ICA methodology, updates on refinements, challenges and opportunities, and each utility's initial plans for ICA remediation options. I want to thank the investor-owned utilities for the work that they've done and look forward to the presentations that will be presented today. As this workshop and the next ICA workshop in Q2 will inform the utilities remediation plans, the stakeholder feedback at this workshop is essential to the process, and I want to thank all of the parties and participants in today's workshop for your engagement in this process. Again, I'm looking forward to today's discussion and furthering the progress on ICA improvements that the High DER Track 1 Phase 1 decision directed. Again, thank you to the utilities for all of your work, to the parties for engaging in this process, for all of the stakeholders that are participating today. I appreciate everyone's time and your dedication to participating in this process. I will be listening in as well as my advisors throughout the day. I will need to step aside for part of the meeting, but as was stated, the workshop will be recorded and I do plan to watch any of the portions that I miss during the live portion of the workshop. And with those comments, I will turn this back over. Oh, Raymond.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't see you for a minute. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, now my last topic before handing things off will be a high-level overview of the agenda. All right, as you all should be able to see, today's agenda begins with the welcoming and opening remarks, which we are currently in. There will also be a regulatory background section covered by the utilities. Following the introduction, each IOU will present their ICA for roughly an hour and then move on to time for dedicated questioning and answering. There will also be short breaks following SCE and SDG&E's presentations, as well as lunch following PG&E's presentation from 11:55 to 12:30 before we jump back in. Our afternoon will be rounded out by regrouping and doing a joint stakeholder discussion in which question, comments, and concerns related to all three IOUs and their ICAs can be heard and responded to. Following that discussion, we will move on to the next steps and be finished ideally in the mid-afternoon. Now, with all that said, I will stop sharing screen and let the IOUs take over to conclude the introduction and move into their presentations. Thank you for your time, everyone. I hope today's a productive workshop. And Ari, if you're able, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to share now and put this in presentation mode. One moment. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm also trying to come on camera. 1 minute. See if I can get myself on camera. I'm not intending to hide here. See. Well, I may work on that later, sorry. Okay, but you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you're in presentation mode.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I will try to get on camera shortly. All right. Well, my name is Ari Altman. I am the case manager for the High DER proceeding for Southern California Edison, and it's my honor to act as facilitator today for this workshop. I'll be joined by a number of my own colleagues from SCE, as well as our counterparts from PG&E and San Diego Gas and Electric. I want to just set the stage. I also want to thank Commissioner Houck for giving the background on ICA and what the intentions of the commission are for ICA. Here is some of the more recent history. I'm going to present. Let's get to the next slide. Here we go. So starting in September 2021, we did get an ALJ ruling that ordered the IOUs to begin making specific changes to their load ICA inputs, assumptions, and methodology, and to file ICA refinements annual reports starting in the fourth quarter of 2022, which we all did. There were two sets of annual reports, first in December 2022, and then again in December 2023. But for 2024, the cadence did change. Because on October 23rd, 2024, the CPUC did issue decision 24-10030 in the IDR proceeding, which among other things modified our reporting requirements. Instead of having an annual ICA report, we would have a biannual ICA report, and it would start in Q1 of 2025. So the December or Q4 2024 annual report was canceled in lieu of a biannual report the next quarter. So we did miss a quarter there, but that was part of the process. So we did all publish our first biannual report in January, actually January 31st of this year. That was shared with the service list. This was, and these reports were more comprehensive. In addition to consolidating all previously mandated reports, such as the one that I mentioned in 2022 and 2023, we were also required to describe all known issues related to ICA accuracy and missing or erroneous ICA values for both generation and load ICA. We were also required to include specific remediation plans and timelines for these known issues. And as I mentioned, we all did publish that first biannual report, January 31st, 2025. The next one will be due July 31st, 2025, and so on. And I think they do go out through 2029. Now that is those are the reporting requirements. Let me get to the next slide, which is on the workshop requirements, or why we're here today. So ordering paragraph 35 of the October decision did require IUs to hold a quarterly ICA public workshop by the end of each calendar quarter. And so we are here in really beginning of March. This was required to take place by the end of March, but we wanted to get this as soon as possible after our reports, so it was fresh in everyone's mind. But the cadence does only require that we have these workshops at the end of each quarter. So we may in the future have these perhaps closer to the end of the quarter, just depending on the timeline of the proceeding. In these workshops, we were required to address all known and identified issues with load and generation ICA, including but not limited to false zeros, resolving inactive circuits, demonstrable substation reverse flow, and determining how to assess ICA accuracy and data validation in a fair manner. We were to include proposed and adopted ICA remediation plans, timelines, and progress of plans, and of course, hear stakeholder feedback on ICA. And the agenda does have multiple opportunities for stakeholder feedback. Each of the IUs has reserved about 15 minutes in their presentation that is open for stakeholder questions. Those can come in the form of the Q&A in WebEx, and we'll be monitoring that. And if it's a question that's about a particular slide, we'll get that in. And then if it's more of a broader question, we'll get that in at the end after our presentation. There's also about an hour after the final IOU presentation for stakeholder presentations and general comments. Ordering paragraph 35 also noted that the workshops that don't have an associated biannual report, so that's not this one, but that will be the next one, because this is a quarterly, so we will have our next quarterly workshop sometime in June. There will be no new report that comes out. So workshops without an associated biannual report will serve as a discussion forum to address updates between the biannual reports, newly identified issues, and other stakeholder concerns and comments. It is our understanding, the IUs, that because there was an associated biannual report this time, that the focus is on those biannual reports. And you will see in our presentations, we have focused on those reports that we served on January 31st. All right. I am going to just pause for a second because I cannot easily monitor the Q&A. Raymond, are there any questions or issues before I move on to SCE's presentation?
No, there are no questions.
Okay. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Angelica. Okay. We're going to move on to SCE's ICA presentation. So we'll go for about an hour here, and again, there is opportunity for a question throughout using the Q&A feature, and also we'll have time at the end for broader, longer form questions. let me move on to SCE's agenda for today. So we have a number of speakers, and I'm very grateful. We have a broad team working on ICA here at SCE. And we'll be talking about SCE's ICA methodology. That's going to be Tony, who's a senior engineer. He'll be starting. We'll get a load ICA update from Kate Torres and Corey Kinzel. Kate is our ICA manager, and Corey is an ICA engineer. We'll then move on to ICA inactive criteria update with Armando. Armando is also an ICA engineer. Then we'll move on to ICA accuracy and missing results updates from Carly. Carly is also an ICA engineer. And finally, we'll move on to our Dr. PEP or external portal update with Lawrence, who runs our Dr. PEP program. So we have a lot on the agenda today. And again, we have a broad team, and I'm very grateful for that. Some folks are new. There might be some new faces, new names. So please give them some grace as they get their feet wet with this first workshop. They are very excited to present what they've been working on and look forward to your questions and comments. I'm going to now turn to Tony for our SCE ICA methodology.
Morning, folks. I'm Antonio. You can call me Tony. I respond to both. Today, I will provide a quick overview of SCE's ICA methodology to get our toes wet and to remind us of what ICA is. This would include going over the ICA study criteria and the ICA iterative algorithm. So starting off with what we have on the screen, we have 5 ICA study criteria, 3 of which are utilized for both gen and load ICA. These include the steady state voltage criteria. This one determines the maximum amount of load or gen that can be connected without the voltage exceeding plus or minus 5% for the generation ICA study, and plus 5% minus 1.6% for load ICA. These are both based on a 120 volt base. Next, we have the voltage fluctuation criteria study. This identifies the maximum amount of gen or load that can be connected without causing a voltage variation of plus or minus 3%. This differs from the steady state voltage criteria in the sense that the voltage used to reference the percent difference is determined by the base load flow simulation. So the base reference voltage here is not constant like in the steady state voltage criteria, which is always 120. This base voltage changes depending on the base load flow simulation. Then we have the thermal limit criteria. This one determines the maximum amount of gen or load that can be connected without causing without causing thermal overloads on our equipment. And once again, these 3 studies are utilized by both gen and load ICA. The next 2 are only utilized by generation ICA. These include the protection criteria that identifies the maximum amount of generation that can be connected on our system without causing our protection devices to lose end-of-line visibility. And then we have our operational flexibility criteria, which determines the maximum amount of generation that can be connected without causing reverse flow at our SCADA devices. In the next slide, I will review the iterative ICA algorithm. All right, starting from the top, we have our inputs. We summarize these inputs down to 2 items, the 576 profiles and the distribution circuit models. Now shown here, and these inputs are checked in a pre-processing stage before a circuit is ran through the ICA algorithm in the yellow box, big yellow box. Once in the algorithm, the ICA analysis runs multiple load flows. After each load flow, the algorithm would determine if a criteria violation was seen for the study being tested. That's the gray diamond. If no violation was found, then the size of the generator or load is recorded and the generator or load is increased and load flow is reran again. And this loop continues up until a criteria is seen. Once a criteria violation is seen. Once a violation is found for the study being tested, the last recorded gen or load size is identified as the integration capacity for that study. And once again, this is repeated for the 5 generation studies and the 3 load studies shown in the previous slide. And after which all the results are gathered and ran through a post-processing, not shown on the slide here, but they're ran through a post-processing where we check the results and we prepare the data for publication on our external portal, Dr. PEP. These ICA results on Dr. PEP are updated on a monthly cadence. And a thing to note here, I would like to highlight this. What's important to the ICA iterative methodology are our inputs, ensuring we have adequate inputs to produce adequate results, and the methodology used in the algorithm. Next, we have Kate and Corey with their Load ICA update.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Kate Torres. I'm here to update you on SCE's progress with Load ICA refinements following the September 2021 ruling that requires several enhancements. SCE refers to the enhanced Load ICA as Forecast Load ICA or FLACA. We continue to implement tools, improve internal processes, and enhance methodologies to meet these requirements. So let's go over the major milestones. In 2023, we completed the long-term planning tool system modeling tool vendor selection and business requirement documents. And in last year, we implemented a single integrated environment and a new database platform. We also completed the structure level forecast and load flow engine phase 1, focusing on the balanced load flow. For this year, we are working on load flow engine phase 2, focusing on the unbalanced load flow, which is expected to be complete by Q4 of 2025, so the end of this year. And for 2026, in Q1, we are progressing with the long-term planning tool system modeling tool user interface implementation, as well as the protection capability. And for Q2 of 2026, we plan to deliver the load and gen ICA studies, which is the last major milestones to help deliver FLACA by Q3 of 2026, when we aim to start publishing FLACA in the Distributed Resources Plan or external portal, which we call as Dr. PEP. I want to highlight the accomplishments in 2024 since they are major foundational work for FLACA. The first one is a structure level forecast. This is a very important step since this will enable us to produce an hourly time series system-wide forecast in less than 24 hours. So we also implemented a new database platform that stores all the connectivity models in a single central platform, and develop a new load flow engine that processes a system-wide 10-year hourly forecast in just 24 hours. So overall, we are still on track to deliver FLACA by Q3 of 2026. But in the meantime, SCE implemented a few new layers in Dr. PEP that can serve as an interim solution for FLACA. Lawrence will walk us through that during the Dr. PEP section. And that's all I have for FLACA and to update. I see some question there. Is it?
There are a couple of questions in the chat. Are we going to wait for the end of the presentation to address them?
It sort of depends on the question. I know that Tony had a chance to look at least the first question. Tony, I can't actually see the question. Do you feel like you can answer this now, or do you want to hold this until later?
I'm gonna ask some follow-up questions in the chat, and then we can hold it till the end. Okay.
All right. Is there a second question in the chat?
Yes, there's a question asking any assumptions for flexible load used.
Is the question pertaining the new system that we will be using, or are you asking about existing system?
This question is from Claire Broom, and she's asking any assumptions for flexible load used or possible. So I don't know if Claire Broom, do you want to unmute yourself and clarify a little bit?
to current, but also what you're planning.
And could you elaborate a little bit on flexible load use? Is that pertaining to like the September 2020 ruling requirement 1 through 5?
So it relates to your assumptions for the, as you calculate load and circuit capacity, is that assuming that all of the loads are sort of operating at maximal system, maximum capability?
So currently, the way it is a time series and it's 576 format, and so we account for max and min, right? And so we should have capture on both bound, like high bound or the bottom, the minimum. I don't know if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And I suspect this will be an ongoing conversation. Thanks.
You're welcome. So maybe I can pass it over to Corey so he could speak about aggregated load ICA metrics.
Sounds good. Thanks, Kate. The information presented on this slide provides an update regarding the distribution of load ICA results across our system. We measure these high-level results using two methodologies. The first methodology takes the minimum load ICA value for each node and categorizes the most limiting result accordingly as presented under the most limiting hour methodology. The node hour methodology categorizes load ICA results for all available hours for all available nodes to provide a better sense of overall capacity trends across the system. We'd like to highlight that we've observed a general decrease of zero capacity load ICA results when comparing to our similar table captured in November of 2023, which is not pictured on this slide. We've observed the most limiting hour results decreased by about 24% over the past year, and a similar decrease in 14% in the node hour methodology results. With that, I'll hand it off to my colleagues for an update regarding ICA and active criteria.
I'm sorry, Ari, can we go back to the previous slide?
Sure.
Thank
Is there
you.
a question?
Yes,
Rhonda?
Sky has questions. If we can at this point open it for Q&A for this section. All right, Sky, if you can unmute yourself.
Oh,
Sky, can you hear us?
I believe that
No,
maybe
we can't hear you, Sky.
maybe
I'm sorry.
I think she needs to be gosh, I'm not sure. She may need to be unmuted by a panelist or a presenter.
All right, let me see if I can do that from my end.
Hello?
Hi, Sky. We can hear
Yes,
you
we
now.
can hear you now.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Good morning, and thank you for kicking us off. So I have a number of questions, if this is the right time for this. So let's start out with a question about what has happened over the last two reports, so last year's report and this year's report. Edison has reported modest improvement in the number of ICA nodes with zero hosting capacity. But I don't think we've really gotten a very good explanation as to where that improvement came from. So I want to start there. Corey, you said you had quote observed decrease. Do you know why there was a decrease? And can you explain what you did to identify or improve those?
Yeah, so this is just as measured from November 2023 and January 2025, which you've seen in the report. But the team has rolled out a number of different methodology changes, just basically addressing some data concerns that we have. I think we might be touching on that later in the report, so I might save that part for my colleagues later.
So you don't actually know, or like you can't point to it now, or I want to make sure that this gets answered while we're talking about this specific issue. Because it appears to me that there were two different sort of step changes. And it would be nice to make sure we understand what drove those.
This guy. This is Armando Chacon, one of the ICA engineers, going to be presenting in the later section here. But just in regards to how we have dropped the zeros from previous reports, there has been a number of improvements to some of the methodologies and assumptions specifically related to some of the equipment in our modeling. We found that there was some conflicts with how the ICA module ran and allowing to, I think we've previously reported on this as well at some point in 2024. For example, capacitors may be online and should have been triggered off, but the threshold for ICA stopping simulation and capacitors having the same threshold to trip offline was causing the simulation to stop when it should have in fact continued. So that was one major change where we saw a lot less zeros in load ICA. There are a few other, but that is, I would say, probably the single largest one that created a bigger difference in our results.
Thanks. So Armando, are you, did you guys specifically track like that, oh, those changes resulted in less zeros, it like methodologically, so that you're sure that that was the origin? Or, because I know you guys are doing lots of other things simultaneously. So I just want to make sure we understand if that, like, that specific change drove the improvement.
I would say it drove most of them. Unfortunately, it was very challenging. As you mentioned, we had several improvements, so it was very challenging to determine which specific improvement led to which specific capacity change. But when we were observing on a case-by-case basis, first testing the changing of the capacitors and how they're modeled, we were seeing that just that simple change was resulting in an increase in capacity and a reduction of zeros. There are a couple of other improvements that have also alleviated some of the zeros, but as I mentioned, I think that that was the single largest one that we had.
Okay. Is there further to go on that specific change or improvement, in the sense that, have you done that system wide, or is there a possibility that further progress will be made with that same change?
We have done that system-wide as far as the circuits that have been continually refreshed. As I'm sure all the stakeholders are aware, there are a number of circuits that we're working to catch up on, and we're dedicating a lot of effort to refresh in a timely fashion, especially going forward. But if any circuit hasn't been refreshed in a prolonged time, I think it was, I would say, about 6 months ago. I don't think that they would have that reflected in their results set. So there may be yet some additional improvement, but hard to quantify exactly how much.
Hard, like you don't have a quantification, or you guys don't, you haven't, can you quantify it? Like, could that be possible for you to figure out? Or is it just that you mean you don't have it now, which is fine?
Yeah, we don't have it now. I would say that probably in our next report, after those circuits have been refreshed, we will see sort of the impacts from that change. But as I mentioned, with the several enhancements that we've made, it may be difficult to say this was exactly the reason why the entire capacity shift happened. But it has been, the pattern has been that that was the one that caused most of the increase in capacity.
Okay, so that's super helpful, and I'm glad we had a chance to understand how you've gotten to this point. I think there's still a long way to go, though, in terms of getting this to a more reasonable basis. So talk to us, that, or my understanding is that the commission's ruling didn't require just that you tell us how far off from reality what this is, but also that you have a plan to fix it. This is the issue that has been known since 2019. So I would like a specific explanation of what you think the existing problems are that are driving the continued 42% zero. And then also, correspondingly, the other nodes may be incorrect as well. Just because they're not zero doesn't mean that they're accurate. But what's the actual plan, the remediation plan and the timeline that I think was required by the commission's ruling or commission's order, sorry.
So, Sky, thank you for those questions. And you are correct that is part of the decision that we are going to share our remediation plan. So far we've just provided our updates. We'll be getting a little bit more into the remediation in this presentation. And if we still have not, addressed your concerns at the end of our presentation, we'd be happy to, engage in a bit more conversation. I'm talking about within the next 45 minutes. I'm not talking about another day or another week or month. Yeah, so we do have a few slides on that. So if we can move a little bit forward, but we've heard your concern, which is that we need to show not just that we know that there are zeros or potentially accuracy issues, but how will we resolve them? And I understand your question to be, you've identified a potential problem, but was it happenstance that we found it? Can we apply that solution more broadly? Does that solve our problem? These are good questions. So let's see if the team has more content on this. And then, if you have additional questions, if we haven't resolved that by the end of our presentation, we'd like to hear from you again, and we'll try to answer that at the end of our presentation.
Okay, that sounds fine. And I just will note as you guys go through, I've read your report obviously in detail, and I've looked at the slides that were sent out yesterday. I'm asking this question because I didn't see an answer that corresponded to this. So as you go through, please highlight for me the solution to this specific problem as you talk through the coming slides, and that will help me maybe not have more questions. Thanks.
Sure, thank you. I think where were we? I think we were going to go to the next. This is on inactive criteria. So this is one of the areas that SCE was voluntarily reporting on, and we continue to report on that in our biennial reports. There was an update on this in our January report. So I'm going to turn to Armando to give a little bit more color on where we are today versus where we were when this issue was initially identified.
Sure thing. Happy to jump in for my section here. So in 2023, we had identified several pretty large data quality gaps, modeling issues, some tool limitations as well, that we communicated voluntarily to the PUC and sort of self-reported in that regard. And that was shared with the applicable service list. And since then, we have been working on establishing processes, procedures, and best practices in order to remediate some of these now inactive circuits that we took offline just due to concerns with the accuracy. And since the establishment of this criteria initially, we have had a reduction in our amount of inactive circuits from 30 to 27%. I do want to note that while that percentage may sound rather small, there has been a large effort to stand up the necessary processes to actually reactivate some of these circuits with a level of confidence in the data inputs that are used. Specifically regarding addressing the inactive criteria that will be gone into a little bit further detail in the next couple slides here. But there has been significant effort in making sure that we approach this and we do it right, and that these circuits can come back online with a level of confidence in the results. Our inactive criteria, as we define them, have basically two categories, which they have subcategories in them, but it's essentially short-term ones, long-term ones, things that we believe we can address in a shorter time, things that may take a little bit longer just due to the nature of what sorts of data quality issues or tool limitations that we might be facing. So the exact numbers that we have are on the screen here. This is similar, or you guys would have seen this in the report as well. But we essentially have 1,090 circuits inactive. You could see the breakdown of the circuits that are impacted by the short-term criteria and the long-term criteria, just so we have an idea of what the reactivation timeline will approximately look like. We can go to the next slide, Ari. So this is a list of our shorter term criteria that we believe we can get in a relatively shorter amount of time reactivated. I'll go through each one with a little bit more detail and just give an idea of what we're doing to address these in order to make sure that they are not just being reactivated, but reactivated with better data integrity and quality. So this first one is probably our biggest one, which is going to be our primary meter connectivity and profiles. We identified a rather large number of primary meter customers on circuits that quite simply, due to tool limitations internally, they are not making it onto the SIM models and are not reflected during simulation. Typically, these customers are rather large and would have pretty significant impacts on the power flows that are used to calculate ICA. As a result, knowing that they are not mapped and we cannot get the data into the SIM models at this time, we took these circuits offline just because we know that these customers will be impactful to these circuit results. So our solution currently has been to establish a process to remediate the data gaps that are preventing these customers from appearing in our SIM models. This is a more of a company-wide effort that's requiring quite a manual intervention that we're slating to be completed by Q4 of 2025 currently. That is simply just due to the nature of what is needed in order to remediate these data gaps. The next one is going to be a criteria that is simply our data quality sometimes comes in without having the necessary cleansing. We have some gross profiles on the circuit. This would be essentially the total loading that should be on the circuit. It should never be negative because it's the total amount of load. It should either be 0 or positive. And at times we receive negative profiles. And so all that's required here is a case-by-case intervention by engineers in Southern California Edison. Currently, we're communicating with those teams to make sure that this happens. But this is one that we could consider potentially like a rolling category where we will have circuits that we address that were in this category, and maybe new circuits will appear, but we are constantly working to address these. Currently, the process is being established to make sure that these are being consistently addressed. Once that process is stood up, this should be a rather quick category to address and should no longer be something that is sitting around as it might appear here. We're estimating to complete this by Q4 as well, but as I mentioned, once the process is stood up to address this one consistently, it should be a quicker turnaround for anything else that makes it into this category going forward. The next two are really issues that we ran into that are, one of them is a tool limitation, but the other one is more so the circuits are not eligible. So this technical profile limitation, currently there's no circuits in this category, but this is essentially saying that a circuit has to have 12 months of usable profiles. So what does that mean? Basically, if we have a new circuit, it has not existed for a long enough period to actually calculate ICA per our mandate, which is to use the 576 and generate a result set for that. That is simply because it has not existed for a long enough time to have the historical profiles necessary to run this. Another instance where we might see this is potentially non-customer serving circuits that aren't built out. So there are times where a circuit has been prepped for building out and maybe was canceled or plans had changed, and we have essentially just the circuit breaker inside of the substation. So for all intents and purposes, it's pretty much not a circuit at this point that a customer could connect to without a substantial project, which I know is not the point of the ICA capacity reporting. So the substantial project necessary for that, these really wouldn't be eligible because we couldn't calculate the available capacity in a 576 format. The next category here is that tool limitation that we ran into. So this was addressed, we had a few circuits in here, but this was addressed by simply allowing a lot more time for the tool that we use to calculate ICA to run. Typically circuits are running, I would say somewhere in the realm of 1 hour to 3 hours for the biggest circuits, but there are a handful of circuits that take closer to 25 to 30 hours. We've seen a few that are even up to 40 hours to run the simulation. A while back when we established this criteria, we were allowing, I believe it was 10 hours for these simulations to run, assuming that that should be sufficient. we kept creeping that up slowly and trying to understand, will that be sufficient, or is there simply not enough memory in our servers to run this properly? We found that eventually, as we continued to creep this number up, it did allow those circuits to run. So that is our short-term addressing of that issue, which does work. But once we get the long-term planning tool, as Kate went over, we expect this to be done with much more haste. The next criteria here is the technical modeling limitation. So there are times where when we receive the models in ICA, they are incomplete, they have lots of data issues. I mean, this is a core function of ICA to QC these circuits, but there are times where the circuits come in just extremely broken that require many, many days and hours of intervention to finally bring to a point where they are usable. So this is just a case-by-case basis where we will go in and cleanse these manually and address them. That's why it's in the short-term criteria, because we have been on top of correcting some of these that have been here. This will be another one that I would consider a rolling category where new circuits may show up, but we are getting much faster at addressing them, especially with the creation of many scripts that help to address some of the repetitive issues that we are finding in here. Go to the next slide, Ari. So these are the long-term criteria, and there are a couple here that are joined together. But just to understand why these are longer term here, we have some of the tool limitations here with regards to what can feasibly be run with our existing tools. There's not a small number of circuits in this category of 286 here, but sometimes we have some topologies or unique network configurations that the ICA algorithm as it is not suitable for running. A good example of this, which we will see is mentioned in the child substation row as well, but is going to be SCE's looped systems. We have some distribution systems that are essentially meshed in nature. They function a little bit more like a subtransmission system, and our current methodologies simply are not working on these simulations. Ari, I think you hit the back button, if you wouldn't mind going forward. Thank you. We anticipate to have this issue resolved with the long-term planning tool, and especially in line with the forecast load ICA. So we are working on making sure that any concerns that we have with just the unique configurations that we run into are addressed by this long-term planning tool. So it should be in line with the timeline of that tool development. The child substations category here, this is essentially, we have many circuits that have some distribution to distribution level substations. This would be like your 33 to 12, 33 to 4 kV substations. And what ends up happening with these is there is a data gap inside of our system that prevents these, like a primary meter, from showing up on the SCI models. We are working on addressing that as well. This is something that we're trying to get in line also with the forecast load ICA and long-term planning tool, but there is a manual data collection element that must be done before that occurs. We're aiming to have that portion done by Q2. And this manual data collection is just having the necessary specifications of the substation transformers. Many of these are what we call pole tops, or just very small transformers that are typically very old and don't have great records or have no records currently, and is requiring some fielding for that data collection so that it can make it into the model with the appropriate specifications and be used to calculate ICA properly. So that is it for the inactive criteria.
Great. Thanks so much. We're going to now turn to our colleague, Carly, who's going to talk about ICA accuracy and missing results as updated in our biennial report. So Carly, go ahead.
Hi, folks. Just want to do a quick sound check. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So good morning. For my portion, I'll be discussing challenges to accuracy and missing results. We have several criteria here that are either challenging in a sort of way or challenging to our study process, or challenging to reach alignment with other engineering groups, which I'll touch on in more depth as I go through each speaking point here. So we see here our first topic is connected KVA versus actual KVA. There are other engineering groups in SCE that will use connected KVA for their study process. And so in our study process in ICA, we will aim to use actual KVA, which this approach is taken to ensure that these simulations will reflect real world conditions more closely. Since our studies are different in nature from other engineering groups, that using connected KVA may be appropriate for a different type of study, but for our studies and for our real-time loading information, we want to be able to provide as real-world reflection as possible. So there will be some challenges in getting actual information for every structure that we have in our service territory. There are some structures that may just be they may be more legacy type of structures where the technology maybe hasn't been updated in time, and actual KVA data will be inaccessible in a digital format for ICA modeling. It won't be appropriate for our ICA models, and it's not readily ingestible. So to tackle this, ICA has to back all that information using connected KVA values. So we are still aiming to use as much real world connectivity and load demand information. We always use real world connectivity, but the load demand information and actual circuit behavior may sometimes have to be supplemented with defaulting to a connected KVA approach. And this is not so much a study process challenge as it's an alignment challenge. So if one of our studies will say that there's a sort of capacity constraint, and then an additional study or supplementary study will be done within SCE from an alternative engineering group, they may say capacity is available because their study process differs. That's kind of where we're trying to bridge that gap and make our studies better aligned. So to be able to do that and still be as true to our methodology as possible, we will continue to mitigate data, which I'll be talking about later on here. But this is mostly just explanation as to why maybe studies may result in different capacity analyses. So our next topic here will be comprehensive data analysis. So ICA has to take a larger, more comprehensive approach to data analysis in comparison to other engineering groups, as mentioned in our report. While other groups will rely on a single hour peak or off-peak value for their analysis, and which is appropriate for their study process, ICA is responsible to examine multiple hours from a 576-hour profile at every single three-phase node. So at every three-phase node along the mainline radial, we're taking study samples from every single node for all 576 hours for that circuit. So violations may pop up along the circuit that are not at the specific node of interest, but if we are adding something at that specific node of interest, then we may be able to see a violation that will be triggered somewhere else along the line. So because of that, ICA will capture various circuit violations, which are reviewed and validated prior to result publication. ICA will evaluate and publish capacity availability based on these results received, and after studying the circuit holistically. So rather than taking that localized or segmented approach, which is appropriate for alternative types of studies, this difference in methodology can lead to a difference in capacity analysis. So there are not currently any plans. Again, this is not so much a challenge to the study process, but a challenge in reaching alignment and a unified capacity analysis result for SCE as a whole. But being that is a methodology approach and a study purpose approach, there's not really much right now that we can do to change this process. We're mandated to use this process, and so this is what works for ICA. Engineering groups will conduct various studies for different purposes, and multiple studies from different groups may, at the end of the day, be necessary to obtain the most comprehensive understanding of capacity availability and potential customer connection solutions. So while SCE can currently be referenced as that baseline of capacity when customers go into Dr. PEP and they see our published result, ICA scope of work and the current authority that ICA has, this is the appropriate study process for us until we reach new capabilities in the future.
Hey, Carly, I wanted to just interrupt this, Ari. We had a question from Tam Hunt about the first item, actual KVA. He asked, why isn't this data collection task for actual KVA automated and ongoing?
So we do have an automated process, but I think that, as I mentioned previously, there are cases where some of their infrastructure may, and this is just one example, but some instances where some of our infrastructure just may be out of date, and the way that that information is harvested is not readily accessible for ICA application. So there are millions of more structures that we do have the automated process for, but I think that it's just those structures that are maybe a little bit more out of date that we have this challenge with.
Great, thanks for addressing that. Yeah, feel free to go on to the next item.
Okay, so our next item is a little bit in the same vein with that data challenge, but so you'll see here where it says engineering assumptions in cases of inaccessible data. Now, this is not the previous bullet point is speaking more to customer load behavior. So think more like profile. This bullet is speaking more to equipment rating and things along those lines, like equipment settings. So we do have a record of our equipment ratings and settings. However, like I said, there are some legacy infrastructure pieces of equipment that we have the information in perhaps a paper or PDF format, but it's not readily ingestible for our study process, and it isn't in the automated or digital repository yet. So to be able to address these types of projects where we don't have digital information readily available, or we don't have the paper records or PDFs, that it's just not manually possible for our team, or a team of our size, that would be a larger haul, to be able to scrape all of that information. So what we have to do to ensure the fluid process and to ensure publication in a timely manner, we use informed engineering context. So if we look at the context of the circuit that we're analyzing, this means customer type, the region, the surrounding area, and similar projects. We'll look at the ratings of those information and take all that into consideration, and then make an informed decision as to what can we apply in this, what can we apply to rate something, as in our studies, to ensure a fluid flow. So to overcome this obstacle, however, ICA has collected, verified, and corrected any data where possible. So we do a lot of data investigation and correction in our QC or quality check process, making sure that our studies and our models are as thorough as possible. Wherever we can track down that information, we're tracking it down and we're correcting it on the spot. And so it'll be immediately rectified when we're able to track down that information. But additionally, to correct this on an even broader scale, ICA has also partnered with various engineering groups within SCE to mitigate and correct connectivity data, especially specific to like substation bake information and modeling, circuit and substation association, child substation capturing and modeling. This effort began early 2024, and will continue throughout 2026, but we are expected to have some big deliveries on this, I believe, in Q2 this year. So we're making some good progress here. We're definitely getting on top of this, getting ahead of this, and we are making sure to really prioritize getting these challenges, or this challenge especially, corrected and making sure that we are not, just leaving the data as is. Additionally, so the way that ICA conducts study simulations is by running a circuit model currently without forecasted load growth projects or any planned mitigations to accommodate new load or generation projects. So this approach is appropriate to prepare our base case evaluation. However, ICA cannot currently, since we can't currently incorporate mitigation proposals, this may again lead to a discrepancy between our analysis and maybe an alternative analysis in SCE, where those groups are capable or have the authority to detect violations, rerun simulations with incorporated or proposed plan mitigations and are doing so to facilitate customer interconnection. So right now, ICA can only study and report based on the as-is state and does not include those mitigations while measuring capacity because, again, we don't currently have the jurisdiction to do so. But to address this in the interim, ICA has provided the available load capacity layers in Dr. PEP. So this will provide a more comprehensive insight on area load growth and plan mitigations. So this is taken from our other capacity study groups in SCE, and those folks who are able to propose those projects get those mitigations planned. This gives an insight into their forecast as well. This is, I believe, 5 years forward looking. So that is our interim approach to be able to give customers maybe a little bit more of a comprehensive view and look at how those circuit mitigations or upgrades or things will be affecting capacity in the future. But long term, this limitation will be addressed with the implementation of forecast load ICA. So for forecast load ICA, of course, we're going to be able to integrate all of those good aspects into it, all those good forward looking and forecasted projects, mitigation, load growth, and get a little bit more of a thorough view into the future. So that will be deployed in Q3 of 2026, and we are on track to deliver. Is there a question, Ari?
Yeah, Carly, thank you for that. So a couple of questions on some of the items you talked about earlier in the table. I'm going to start with Sky. She has a question on comprehensive data analysis. So Sky, if you want to ask that verbally, please go ahead. Oh, can someone please unmute Sky? Sorry, someone. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Carly. I actually have a question on the first three ones, but let me actually go one by one. So comprehensive data analysis. I think if I understood what you were explaining is that essentially the ICA, the commission has a set of requirements for how you guys should perform the ICA, and that doesn't correlate with how, quote, other engineering groups, and I want to make sure I understand what that actually means internally for it, as in conduct studies, and that as a result, there may be a disconnect between what the ICA results are and what the outcome of an engineering study is. And you suggested that you're not planning on fixing this because it's what the ICA requires, which makes sense to me. But I'd love to hear what you would fix or change if we were to align what your engineering team actually does with what the ICA. What have you guys identified? The description here is somewhat vague, so I don't really know. The idea originally for the ICA is that it would align with how you guys are actually studying something.
Yeah, I think that right now, from my perspective, I do believe that each process is appropriate for what that particular group is focusing on. And so when I am referring to the other engineering groups in SCE specifically, I would, when we're working in kind of going through our business process and how we can better align. And we think of the interconnection process and where customers will be analyzed from. I think of specifically our distribution engineering team, and then teams like our generation engineering team, right? So they're going to be doing a little bit more. They have slightly different analysis, from us, or different things that they're going to be looking at. They're going to be focused on each particular project that is coming in. Right now for distribution engineering, they're going to be looking at different aspects than ICA currently looks at.
Can you be a little bit more specific? I understand different aspects, but
yeah,
I understand these things pretty well. So you can go ahead and give me a specific technical example.
Yeah, so a specific example for distribution engineering, for example, would be how they conduct their thermal analysis. So their thermal analysis is genuinely a heat analysis. So they're looking at like underground structures and things like that, which ICA, our thermal analysis is based on, it's based on feeding amperage, but interpreted in voltage. So basically if our wires have a voltage tolerance, right? So until basically the wire will melt. So we say how much amperage can we feed that will influence the voltage, and then at what point will this wire reach that heating point. But we don't currently in our simulation tools have the capability to model things like underground structures, whereas distribution engineering does. So those are going to be that's like a clear example of a discrepancy, maybe, or just not a discrepancy, but just a difference, between their study process and ours. And so even, for instance, maybe we say that there is capacity, but then they conduct that thermal analysis looking at the duct banks. And they say, well, actually this will trigger a violation. So there's just that difficulty in aligning. But like I said, I think that because of the difference in nature, there isn't really a clear path forward to align on topics like that. But I think that we have really made some good progress in getting our groups aligned as much as possible. We work very closely with them and get a lot of input from them to make sure that, as we're building our new engineering tools and conducting different types of analyses, how can we get better aligned? And for the portions of the studies where maybe there is an opportunity to align, how can we supplement each other best? And I think that that's how I would say, going forward, and what would my vision be? I think that, as mentioned here, I like ICA to be used as, the first reference, going into Dr. Pep, looking at that reference, and then if there's need for an alternative study or something like a duct bank analysis or whatever different element may be needs to be considered, then I think that it's appropriate to defer to the appropriate engineering group.
Yeah, that kind of creates problems with using the ICA for screening, but I think that's probably okay at the high level. Thanks for that explanation. Just one more question about that piece. Have you made any effort to quantify like the impact of this in terms of the broader task here is to identify, areas of accuracy and possible remediation for that. I'm trying to get a sense of like what scale this issue translates to. Thanks.
Right. Yeah. So we are currently in the process of making that comparison and finding, what would be an appropriate comparison, or what would be maybe the common element that could speak to the analysis of all these different groups. And we've kind of settled upon the grid need assessment. So that is what we're currently trying to figure out. Okay, how can we, like on the broad system-wide scale, how can we circuit by circuit compare the capacity that we're saying is available, or if there is capacity or different things that our studies are resulting in? What does that look like as compared to the other groups which are captured by something like the grid needs assessment? So that's how we're going to be able to make that correlation.
Okay, so do you think in your next report you'll have some data on that?
yeah, that's the aim that we're hoping to have that comparison ready to go, or at least, you know, a decent enough metric, you know, to be able to communicate that.
Okay, great. So then my second question on the was going to ask for all three of them, but it's the same question essentially, which is so specifically for the engineering assumptions topic. Again, do you have a quantification of how big of a problem this is, or how, like, so that we can understand what impact it's having on the total number of results and people's ability to reliably use the maps?
I don't have, and I'm not sure if somebody else from the team, maybe if they're more aware of, you know, the how we can quantify. I know that we do keep record of, you know, anything that does have to be filled in this manner. We do have a tracking method to see, you know, what was changed, what needed to be corrected or mitigated, and to what magnitude. You know, I think that we've made a lot of improvements that have really chiseled that number down. But as far as like a number off the top of my head, or a method to kind of just harvest that right now, we do have a tracking method. Do we have a number of how many? I would say, for instance, here, like, how many changes have to be made. I'm not sure.
I don't know how many changes need to be made because you haven't identified them. So that makes sense. But I think if in your next report, it seems like statistically you could look at how often you're finding problems and correlate that to how widespread they may be across the system, for example, in terms of accuracy of your data. I think these issues are important so that users understand the chances that the data is accurate from, like, just a tool that they can use to inform things. But it's especially important should we desire to actually use the data in a more direct way to streamline either load or generation interconnection. So I think that's why I'm asking for a sense of, you know, the scale of problems that still need to be remedied, I guess. Yeah. And I think I would have the same question about the first one, just about, you know, giving us a sense of how big of a problem this is, so that we know, especially for those that don't have all of this will be fixed by X date. Definitely. Thank you.
Yep.
Carly, there was also a question. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, about digitization versus paper or PDFs. You mentioned that, and I understand stakeholder concern as to, wait, why are we still using, you know, single files or even paper files? Can you clarify that at any for stakeholders in terms of why do we have these one-off files that we're reviewing as opposed to being, again, I think it turns on whether or not this can be more automated.
Yeah, I think, okay, so definitely not the entire system relies on paper or PDFs. I can hopefully allow some relief with that statement, but I was speaking specifically to maybe more seasoned infrastructure, or, you know, just projects that were brought in a long time ago. So nowadays, of course, everything that is being built or upgraded, mitigated, everything is going to be captured electronically. The entire system, it doesn't rely on paper or PDFs. This is specifically for very old projects.
Great, that's helpful. Let's go on to, I know there may be additional questions, but in the interest of time, let's go on to
Ari, I see Tam has had their hand up on the slide for quite a while. I'd like to unmute Tam and at least give them the chance to speak.
Sure.
I think their hand might have gone up around when Sky's question was asked. So Tam, I'll unmute you in case your question is valid, and then we'll reserve any further questions for later on, perhaps.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Tam.
Yep.
We can hear you.
Good morning. Hi, Carly. So I'm getting a real sense of deja vu on this call because we've been here for about 8 years now, I feel like, in terms of these similar issues coming up, and then multi-year proposals for solving them, and then coming back with new problems and multi-year proposals to solve those problems. So I'd like to get back to kind of the basics. The commission's been quite clear for many years now that the intention of ICA is to be, as Sky mentioned, an accurate tool that basically is plugged into literally the fast track process. And some parts of that goal have been achieved by some utilities. I'm not clear why SE is having such a hard time achieving that. Can you kind of elaborate on the big picture, getting away from the minutiae here?
Yeah, so to break it down to maybe like the most basic, or like how you said, breaking it back down to the basics, or why this is maybe taking SE a little bit longer. Our plan is to be able to build something that's going to have longevity, be scalable, and be useful for all engineering groups, right? So the new tool that we're building within SCE, which was mentioned in our biannual report, we've been able to make a lot of good progress to integrate a lot of the separate processes that go on right now that kind of can lead to some gaps. So when you have different software and tools and all the different things going on, and they all have to play nice together, they all have to communicate fluidly together, that can create some gaps or places where there's going to be some obstacles, and some information may fall through, and then that's what really breaks in our data process here, right? But with this new tool that we're going to be establishing, everything has been centralized to be together, to be more fluid, and to be more complete. So that's the overall goal for not just ICA's group, but all engineering groups in SCE, and to really hone in on this data collection and sharing process, and to make it a little bit more fluid and cohesive. And so hopefully that provides that more holistic or complete approach to data quality and data sharing. But to do that, obviously, does take time to build something that's going to be quality, that has all those capabilities. It's going to be able to handle those amounts of data and translate everything. It takes a little bit more time to make something that's going to be that long lasting and forward looking tool. So I hope that speaks a little to.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that information. I guess two points that we are like literally 10 years in now to this process. I'd say 8 years in terms of the details. And then second, the commission's been quite clear for at least 5 years that these things need to be done. And so it doesn't seem like the SE is taking the commission's directive seriously. Can you comment further on that?
Yeah, I would say that I think that with the steps that we have taken do show that maybe we are show just how serious our commitment to getting this stuff mitigated is. Trying to manually, it's a huge manual haul to be able to collect, verify, and correct all this data where possible, right? So we're really reaching outside of ourselves in ICA to not even just correct this just for ourselves, but like I said, company wide. And so that's a really big task for our group. But we definitely have tried to make some steps to show that commitment to correcting anything that we can within our power, until of course we get to that long-term fix. In the meantime, what can we do, right? We've been trying to be proactive in that, and in my group now, trying to really hone in on that and do what we can to get corrected what we need corrected, get filled in what we need filled in, and really tracking down as much correct data that we can as possible.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Carly, I think you have one category here, left generation queue integrity. Is that right?
Yep, I just have that one last speaking point. So if you want me to go ahead and wrap that up right now, then I can wrap that up. Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I jump in, please? There was a question from Ben that was addressed, but I think may need to be readdressed, as Ben is asking, I think, a more specific question.
Yeah, so he's asking how long until remaining old infrastructure is digitized. I don't believe that we have an answer to that. you know, literally all paper records being digitized, we'll have to circle back. Carly, I assume you don't have that answer. So
Yeah, no, I would say that's out of scope for ICA for sure.
yeah, so good point. So that, you know, that relies on other systems at SCE. So we can't answer that, but it's a good question. We can't answer that right now, but that's a very good question, and I appreciate Ben asking that one. Thank you. This is something that we'll have to look into a little bit further, and I realize that seems to kind of stand out. Why are we relying on this? And we're gonna try to dig deeper on that and see if there's a timeline more broadly for the company to complete that transition. So thank you, Tyler, for raising that, and Ben for asking that question. Carly, why don't you go ahead with the generation queue integrity?
Yep, so this is a challenge that we have right now specific to our generation studies. So as the mandate stands, we're responsible to account for all queue generations simultaneously, which doesn't, again, kind of speaking back to our like generation engineering groups where they study one project at a time as it comes at that single point in time. We have to study several generation projects that have all come in without any, it's simultaneous. So no, without any respect to cadence. So say project A comes in on Monday, project B comes in on Friday, our analysis is done, Friday afternoon, and B triggers a violation, but A would have been fine. So if we were able to conduct a separated study in that sense, then we would be able to readily interconnect project A, and then project B would have been the one that there would have been some limitations for. So to address this issue, the current ICA proposal is to have multiple sets of ICA results going forward. The initial set of published ICA gen results will consider all the queue generation, which is mimicking what is currently delivered and displayed on Dr. PEP. But a second set of results will be used in Rule 21 connections that will consider the queue integrity. So it will be in line with the generation engineering group, and it will be the Gen ICA available at that time for that specific project. So it'll be in better alignment with that group. So we've proposed these requirements to be established in our new tool and to create these separate ICA values for each generation interconnection request. This will be done. We're looking at post 2026 right now. I think that the focus and priority is to reach that forecast load ICA goal. And so we're pouring a lot of resources into that right now. But the ball has started rolling on this requirement as well. It's been proposed and incorporated, and is expected to be released post 2026. So we're looking forward to that and hope that it will be, begin better alignment with ourselves and Rule 21 interconnections. So I think that wraps it up for my portion of the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Carly. A lot of content and a lot of updates. I hope the stakeholders do understand that we've been working really hard to put this together for you and respond to the requirements of the decision. I do want to acknowledge that our colleague Lawrence has prepared a live demo of our external portal, so I absolutely want to reserve time for that. But I also know that Sky had some questions on the prior section, which was an active criteria. So I am going to go back and ask if we can have Armando or actually any of our colleagues on ICA who could support Armando to be available to respond to Sky's question. Now, Sky, there are two slides on an active criteria, short term and long term. If someone can unmute Sky, we can find out which of these slides, or if perhaps both, you wanted to ask a question about.
Hi, thanks again. So my question is not about any one specific of the inactive criteria, so it doesn't matter which slide. Armando, I'm wondering if you can help. I think for stakeholders that aren't deeply in the weeds, I think a little like stepping back and level setting on where we are on these issues, particularly with respect to like the ones that have big impacts. So there's like I think a lot of these are reasonable things that you're going to continue to watch, currently not impacting anything. We have the 692 circuits on the primary meter connectivity, and supposedly a plan to get that done by the end of this year. No, I don't mean to say supposedly, but the plan is. Big picture, what does the beginning of next year look like, for example, in terms of having the percentage of feeders be dramatically reduced? What kind of help me and the stakeholders, and ideally the commission, understand where you are? And I want to be positive here, but I want to preface this by saying the issue has been known for, I think, about like 13, 14, 15 months now, and little progress has been made in terms of the total number of feeders that people can use. So just, I think it's helpful to like say, okay, we got a plan and we're going to get there, or we're going to continue to see this problem long term. Thanks.
Of course, and appreciate that question. Definitely appreciate the positivity with it. I think even with the interveners, we're aligned in the sense that we want to get this number as close to zero as possible and do it as quickly as possible. So I tried to preface this section by stating that it has taken some time, and we do want to acknowledge that, like you said, it's been 13, 14, 15 months since we've identified these particular issues. Although that number has not decreased substantially, we have been putting a lot of work, a lot of effort in standing up processes to make sure that this isn't just a one-time fix. I think I saw you had a question in the chat earlier, or kind of a statement in the chat that was stating, is this something that's going to be automated going forward, or is it going to stick? I think is the way you phrased it, or somebody else did. So that's really our goal, is how do we establish these processes so that once we fix them, these solutions remain in place and continue to function. So for primary meter connectivity in particular, I recognize that is the single biggest category that we have here. And that is one that without a proper process in place to actually make sure that the changes we put in place stick and continue to function, to make sure that these circuits remain in a place where the results can be, or at least the data set that goes into them can be trusted, and the results as a result can be trusted as well. We want to make sure that those changes stick. So we have that solution in the works. As to answer your question of where do we see ourselves next year, I mean, our goal is to be as close to zero circuits inactive as possible. I think you saw on the next slide, there are a couple of categories that may take a little bit longer, but we are aiming to try and address that primary meter one and all the ones on that first page by Q4. And so our goal would be to be as close to zero with short-term criteria, and hopefully to make some significant progress on the development of our long-term planning tool so that these two criteria on the screen here can also be addressed in a timely manner. Hopefully that answers your question, Sky.
Thank you, Armando, and thanks, Sky. That is something that we were cognizant of coming in today, and baby steps. We have made progress. We're acknowledging the degree of that progress, and also acknowledge that we need to make more progress. So thank you for identifying that, and thank you for Armando for addressing it. It's something we continue to strive to do better on, and honestly, I think as you can see from our team here, we've got great subject matter experts who are really doing their best to bring ICA up to the expectations of our stakeholders. So with that, I am going to turn to Lawrence for our last section, which is going to be our update on Dr. PEP. That's our DRP external portal. So Lawrence, if you are able to come on, I think I see you there. If you can come off mute, you can go ahead. And when you're ready, I think you're also going to take over control of the presentation to do your live demo.
Yeah. Again, thank you, Ari. I'm going to be taking over control of the screen after this slide. So yeah, for right now, like you could just keep this on, no worries. Okay, so yeah, once again, my name is Lawrence Jonathan. I am currently the product lead for the Distribution Resource Planning External Portal, right? The portal that the ICA team here provides information to so that you guys can easily access where exactly within the SE territory can we find the best capacity information in terms of both the gen and load. And once again, as you can see, right, our ICA team here is really working diligently to make progress in achieving some of the results that our stakeholders, whether it be internal or external, expect, right? And they're working really hard. They have very big ambitions, and we want to say that we as SE2, we really value that. We really value those progressive steps and communication with our external partners too, right? So again, we understand the value of being able to see capacity information within our territory, right? We understand that it really helps to better further facilitate some of those conversations when it even comes to load growth requests, right? So again, to match that enthusiasm, right, we wanted to further enhance our external portal in terms of two really core tenets, right? We wanted to enhance, number one, the quality of information that we provide to some of our stakeholders, right? And number two, we really wanted to emphasize the look and feel, right? The accessibility that our portal provides so that anyone can easily jump into Dr. Pep, be able to go in, right? Check out some of the ICA layers or our new available low capacity layers with the enhancements that you'll see later on that really prove that we are trying to, push the boundaries here, provide even more granular information for our customers. So for number one, capability number one is the new Dr. Pep UI. This just released at the tail end of last year, right? So again, we went through a complete redesign of the UI, really helping out some of the new user experience, right? When it comes to interacting with some of our information found on the portal, right? So being able to quickly identify what exact layer do I need to go to see the capacity information I need, and also some of that flexibility for us to do future analysis is something that's really important for us to really, communicate out to all our customers. Number two, we also introduced a new available load capacity value, right? So a lot of the customers have been saying, hey, when we go through the typical engineering analysis report, right, we would like to see a little bit beyond the curtain, right? Beyond just the distribution system. And now, since the tail end of last year, right, we've provided some of that information, right? So we've provided a portion of the sub-transmission analysis, right? So providing you guys with the A-bank available load capacity, which is something that you can consider now in some of your decision making when it comes to finding the best spot, again, to really start some of the conversations with new load growth requests. And again, all of this is really encapsulated in what we term as a interim solution for ICA, right? So again, ICA team came back with us, and we identified that it's really important to be able to understand and also expand the scope of what capacity information really is, right? So again, shedding the light on available load capacity on even the sub-transmission system is something that we're really happy to provide here. Also, for the available load capacity heat map toggle options, now we provide that extra flexibility, right? If you wanted to understand how exactly our grid evolves over the next 5 years, we provide that information now, right? Also, being able to understand different scenarios, right? Like we'll provide you different scenarios when it comes to even full submittal versus how our grid really looks like for full/partial submittal projects really hitting the system. That's something that we also wanted to provide more transparency to. Again, along with all these different efforts, for our interim solution, right? We felt like the IC team also wanted to provide a little bit more transparency on the inactive circuits, right? So again, our goal here is to do with the best of our abilities to really lower down the amount of inactive circuits, right, to the lowest amount here. And we also wanted to communicate out what exactly are the current statuses for those specific circuits you might be interested in. So providing an additional layer to show or even communicate out what is the current status is very helpful for other customers. And finally, just released a couple weeks ago, right, we provided a new load growth penetration layer. So this new load growth penetration layer now allows customers to understand, hey, within the SC territory, don't just show me what the available capacity is, right? Let me understand what the grid impacts are according to certain hotspots on our hotspots in terms of different counties, different regions, right? So you guys will be able to unpack, right? Be able to expand the scope of what capacity information really is, right? Again, provided with these different enhancements from both the available load capacity side and now also the load growth penetration side. So now I'm going to transition over. We're going to just be taking a look at this as part of the live demo. So give me 1 second and I'll start sharing my screen. Give me 1 second here. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my screen now. So we've gone through a whole new redesign, right? So making it easier and clear to understand where exactly we can find some of this ICA information and also some of this available load capacity information that I was just mentioning before. But again, just for the interest of time, we're going to go over specifically where you can find some of this available load capacity information. So number one, right, you'd still do the standard processes. Be able to go into the layer list, right, turn on the available load capacity layer. And for the sake, we'll turn on ICA, right? Just to just to keep this very focused on the scope of just basically load capacity itself. We'll search up a circuit, for example, the Westfield. And be able to see this. So the available load capacity layer provides 3 fields, right? We'll provide you the circuit estimated available load capacity and also the estimated substation available load capacity. So we'll give you it even a tier higher. And finally, just introduced at the end of last year, we provide you also the A bank available load capacity, which is a part of the subtransmission system. Now we cast this out for the next 5 years, right? So the next 5 years, and this is in accordance to our annual DSP filing, right? So part of that we cast out for the next 5 years. Not just that, right? We provide additional flexibility for customers. So, for example, if a customer wanted to understand, in terms of full submittal projects or the other scenario of full/partial submittal projects, you'll be able to understand, how exactly our grid is currently being impacted when you factor in some of these projects that are quote unquote not a part of our reserve queue here. So you can see that with all the projects being accounted for, we see that there's a drastic difference in terms of the circuit and also substation available load capacity. In addition, right, we provide you with different gear toggles, right? If you want to see, again, how our grid evolves over the next 5 years, right, you'll be able to see over time from 2024, let's say, to 2028, what areas will be able to see new grid capacity increases, and also we'll be able to see what areas are getting fairly impacted by new load growth, right? So we can easily see here with this circuit, we can actually see that reflecting with this toggle, right, on the substation level. In 2024, we have limited capacity all the way up until 2028 when we see a major bank upgrade at the substation. And now customers will be able to better plan for some of their own project timelines on when exactly these grid upgrades are planning to come in and provide more additional capacities for customers to really utilize here. Additionally, right, again, just for the sake of time, we have the available load capacity at the 8 bank, right? So the 8 bank level will be able to provide you another 5-year forecast on what this really kind of looks like to, give you a fair, a fair estimate of the part of the subtransmission system that we are currently planning for, right? So again, casting this out for the next 5 years, and you'll be able to see grid increases, grid decreases as a result of load growth, and be able to see any type of any other type of changes that might be respective to your own capacity analysis. We've also introduced, we had our heat map that was available for the past year, right? So we thought it would be better for us to implement the same type of functionality upgrades to further reflect some of the capacity analysis that you guys might do. So again, being able to quickly see, right? If I was a customer and I wanted to understand what does capacity really look like in a bird's eye view from the year 2025 to 2027, you can do that now, right? You can better understand now, even on a county level. You don't even have to do it on a circuit level, right? Be able to understand on an aggregate where exactly is the best place for us to start facilitating some of those conversations. We additionally have the load growth penetration layer. So let's take a step back. Instead of telling you where exactly you should target, you can now understand where exactly a lot of this growth is coming in terms of our entire system. And again, as part of ICA, right, we wanted to provide not just an interim solution, but a more comprehensive, enhanced kind of outlook about what capacity really looks like and how we can best serve that information to a customer. And hopefully this really demonstrates that we're going beyond, right, just doing an interim solution for our forecasted load ICA. Forecasted load ICA is just a singular step, right? But being able to provide the aggregated view, right? Being able to provide that functionality to see how exactly our grid changes and adapts to some of our better needs, right? Is something that we really want to start the communication with, especially with our customers that we constantly interact with, and definitely understand, what concerns you guys have when it comes to even starting this initial process. So again, this information will be able to tell you, according to the legend, what areas have, small amount of growth all the way up to the purple areas, which will show any circuit growth that has more than 5 megawatts. And then finally, the last enhancement that we added was the ICA unavailable circuit segments. You'll be able to see all these circuit segments that are currently affected by, some of our criteria here, be able to understand what to do if that situation does come up, right? And be able to understand what exactly is the ICA status. Again, this is something that we wanted to be at least transparent about. We understand, right? We understand we are trying to, again, work on some of these issues the best that we can. And that's why we are trying to also start communicating some of this information out so we can be best aligned on the same long-term outlook. But yeah, that's basically all that we've implemented in Dr. Pep. Again, we are looking forward to a lot of great enhancements for this year. But, hopefully, again, as part of our, interim solution here, we are providing not just enough, but more than enough information for, again, developers or customers to start utilizing some of our maps and being able to make more informed decisions based off of, based off of some of the load interconnections that you guys might be planning for. So again, this is going to be the end of the live demo here. Ari, I'm going to throw it back to you to share the last slide.
Sure. Let me get that up here. Hopefully I get the right screen. Let's see. No, I don't think that's the right. Let's see. Oh, Lawrence, can you see the Dr. Pep upcoming features on the screen? Is that showing?
Yep, you're good. You're
okay.
good.
That's your next slide. And we are a little over time, Lawrence. I'm sorry about that. If you're able to kind of quickly go through this, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll just do this real fast, right? So it's just on a final note, right? So we have some exciting upcoming features, right? So starting in the month of June, we're going to have limited gen profiles that are going to be downloadable for developers or customers to check out per node basis based off of our ICA layer. Then we're going to introduce the second portion of the subtransmission system analysis, right? So we've already provided the A bank, one of the top layers of subtransmission system. We are going to provide the second half, which is the subtransmission line capacity. So everyone will be able to get a very good overview about what exactly the capacity really looks like even above the distribution system. Next, we're also going to be providing the hosting capacity heat map, right? So based off our subtransmission system, right, what exactly does that capacity look like for the generation side of the house? Finally, we're going to be providing some improvements to ICA layer. Again, really emphasizing our values here, right? We want to be able to provide quality information. We want to be able to provide information that emphasizes on accessibility here. So that's really targeting accessibility, right? We want to be able to provide that flexibility for customers to go in, right? Tailor the information to their needs and make the best decision in the limited amount of time that you guys might have. So again, a lot of great stuff that we have coming up, and definitely if anyone else has questions here, feel free to reach out. Happy to answer. Thank you, Ari.
Thank you, Lawrence. There was actually, you had one more slide. Dr. Pep bugs fixes. There's just one item here. I don't know if you want to talk at all about this particular slide.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, so one bug that we had at the beginning of the year. Again, according to our entire UI redesign, we had a small bug. We swapped the column names for the uniform gen values and opflex values, so they were still correct. The names were just kind of swapped. So we handled that at the start of 2025. Just took a couple of changes, and at this current point, the ICA layer is showing the correct values for customers to really check out. So that's all I had to report on the bug side.
Thanks so much, Lawrence. All right, well, we had intended to have Q&A at the end, but of course we had a number of questions throughout our presentation. So what I'm going to do, we are overdue for a break, and I do want to give everybody a break, particularly presenters coming up who need to take a break before they start speaking. The SCE team will remain online. We will pick back up with PG&E at 11 o'clock sharp for the next 8 minutes. However, SCE will be available for additional questions. So I'm going to stop sharing, but the SCE team is here, and others can feel free to take a break. But let's see. I know we had a question from Anthony on inactive criteria. I want to get to that one, and then I think I just saw Sky had a question. So again, these are going to be the last questions for SCE at this point. But let's go with. Let's see. I think we had Anthony. I believe you wanted to ask a question about inactive criteria. If someone can help Anthony come off of mute, that would be great.
Anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, this is Anthony. Advocates. I had a quick question, a couple maybe questions actually on inactive criteria that I would like to hear from the SCE team about. Specifically, I'm curious if how, the work you're having to do on the inactive criteria, whether that has impacted any of the other priorities or timelines, like work on load ICA refinements or on some of the other challenges that Carly talked about. How are you having to kind of split your resources and your teams to work on both the inactive circuits that's going to be an ongoing issue for maybe a couple of years, as well as the other priorities that have already, been on the radar for a while? I'm also curious if you can share a little bit more about whether you think there was any how basically you ended up in the issue with finding out about the inactive criteria, and whether you think that there was some sort of maybe underestimation of the complexity of the models that led to that, or lack of resources or anything like that led to the inactive circuit issue popping up and having to be addressed now, or basically a little bit more on that, if possible.
Hi there. This is Kate. I'm gonna try to take a stab at the first question that you asked. It's a long one, and if I didn't cover everything, please remind me if I missed anything. So you're asking about inactive criteria, how we assign the resources. If you see Armando's slide, right, he kind of put the timeline associated with the inactive criteria. So right now we have two big buckets. If you see, one is a short term and one is a long term solution. I cannot give you the actual number or like percentage what it is that this year we try to aim for, but I can tell you that we will try the best that we could do, as many as we can, and we want to take it down to near zero. The reason I cannot tell you right now because there are some that we have to work with other groups. Primary meter is one of them. One of them, like primary meter, we have to work with the group that is leading that effort for the permanent or the long-term solution, right? And then if like we have to compare, like understand their metrics, like how much they try to accomplish this year, so we're not competing in try to like implement interim solution. And also too, we have to kind of work with other groups to align on, let's say we have to come up with an interim solution and apply some engineering judgment. It's all well agreed among across the teams. So that's what we try to do. And we have some milestones, but I think we could share more information next round when we meet in the workshop or the next report. I think you have another question. How did we come about on those inactive criteria? Um, so go back to, I think one of the root cause is like the primary meter is one of them, right? We know about that issue from the team that tried to actually implement the long-term solution. So this is an ongoing at a company effort, right? So we know about it. We know the team that actually assess and understand the data quality they share with our team. So because we know about it, we want to make sure that the data that we produce is actionable and we come up with the best data as possible and provide the data to the public. I don't know if I answered all of them. Please let me know if I did not or I missed anything.
Thanks, Kate. I think you addressed these issues. I guess one of the questions, I guess my second question, basically, I was just in a way trying to understand whether, this issue, from my understanding, was something that kind of you guys silently came about to understanding that you had it.
Mhm.
And I'm curious what kind of impacts on whether basically you think there was something lacking from the start that led to having to go back and fix an issue, or if there was any way that we could have developed the load ICA more efficiently and avoided the inactive circuit issue from the start. If you could share kind of an answer to that.
Well, I think that and I'm new to this team. I just joined the team back in November, but my understanding is as a data quality, right? You don't know until you really start working about something and try to actually reason or try to understand. Like, for example, you want us to provide good quality of studies, right? That is when we start looking into what could improve. Like, for example, not related to the inactive criteria, but my team, I know that we implement a process. One thing that kind of point back to why the stats for the limiting hour, the node hour has been reduced. We actually review every single studies that we see zero. So my engineer actually review them. I think that is one also too that they could kind of see why or majority of them are caused by maybe the cap settings or the voltage related to that, right? So after we look into it, then we know like what we need to address and prioritize.
Okay, thank you, Kate.
You're welcome.
Were there any other questions for SCE? Otherwise, we will be turning to the PG&E presentation at the, okay, Sky. Sorry, I don't see everything, including your hand being raised. Sure, let's see if can I do this? If someone can unmute Sky, I know someone's been able to successfully do that. Let's try to go with that. And then I think I see Claire with a hand raised as well. So Sky, go ahead, and then Claire, and then we'll move to PG&E.
Okay, so I have a lot of questions. So maybe we want to have the staff jump in and talk about process here. These are questions that are like basic, fundamental to what was required. So I want to make sure they get answered, but I don't know timing wise how to get there. But I'm going to dive in the meantime. I talked it on the false zeros slide. I asked for detail on where we're going and how the rest of them are going to be fixed. What we got was a long list of potential issues, but no reference back to that core problem. My understanding from Edison's presentation here and the last 7 years is that Edison doesn't have any idea yet whether there's a single problem or whether these various issues that you identify, and there seem to be new ones all the time. And I don't say that overly critically. I understand the complexity of the task here. But because of that we don't have any confidence that the problem is actually going to be fixed. And I'm observing that, and I'm asking if Edison can at any point ever tell us more concretely what you think the reason is that your results are eons away from what your GNA results would say, for example. I'm highlighting this for you, but also for the commission, that I am paying deep attention, and I'm really appreciative of the work that Edison's doing. But I think at this point, I have no confidence that the problem is that there's a plan to solve the problem. And I think that's what the commission required. And I'd like at this point to finally get a clear answer to that question.
I appreciate your question a lot, and this is really good feedback for me. But could you give me one example though that you felt like the problem hasn't had a plan to resolve?
Yeah, the problem is that 40% of your circuits still show zero hosting capacity, and you haven't corresponded any of the issues that you've identified, which is a long list, to a meaningful solution. I've asked this question for literally 3 times today and over the last 7 years.
So,
tell me, Kate.
so but then great question. So in your are you expecting that the 42% should be close to what number though? Because in my understanding, there are many cases today that they are true zero, because my
Kate,
team
what do
actually
you think?
reviewed them, right?
Do you think that 42% is an accurate representation of how much load can be hosted on your system? Because that's not what you've been telling the commission in your GNA. It doesn't correspond even remotely to what the other IOUs have. Are you suggesting you think that number is accurate? I don't think you should ask me. You should be able to say what you think.
I see. So in that case, I think so the way we review them is as is triggered to us. So we review them one by one, the one that actually shows zero. That's a manual process that we actually put into work, right? To try to like tackle this as an action item. Now you're talking about the GNA. For that we did have do some work to kind of understand how our results are compared to the GNA. Now it's a little bit different in the almost like apple and oranges, right? If you want to do that task, but it's good to understand where we at, right? And I say it's different apple and oranges. I think Carly kind of touched on it a little bit, and she explained how the system planning works today. There are some gaps in the process, how they actually come up with that available capacity, if you will, compared to how we actually produce load ICA. For example, one of the key differences in the system planning, I don't think they include a voltage study as part of that. And ICA does that. So that could be one of the difference here.
I'll just say, I don't have more questions for you guys on this, but I will say to the commissioner and the commission staff that Edison still is just not answering this question. I mean, I am, and I don't think I'm the only one, no closer to having an understanding of whether their results have any relation to the actual hosting capacity. And my next question to that is, what would you do to assure customers? Is there any sort of analysis or proposal that Edison has that could build confidence that your results are accurate? We've been asked multiple times to try to propose fixes, but I think it really would be helpful to hear from Edison. If you think your results are right, and you're very evasive about whether you think they are or not, what could you do to give us confidence in that? So that if I'm trying to cite a load project or a generation project, I know what I'm looking at, and I have some reasonable confidence within some named exceptions that those results are reasonably accurate.
Hi, Sky. I am going to cut in here. This is Carly Gomez with SCE, one of the engineers on the team here. I know that we're at 11:06, but I do want to get back to your questions. So could we put a pin in it for now, but I will address your questions during the open Q&A if that works for you. And hopefully, you know, excuse me, sorry, I've been talking a lot, but hopefully, you know, be able to speak a little bit more to your two questions, including the question that you just asked, and address it a little bit more directly, if that works for you.
I mean, sure. We'll keep putting off the answer to the core question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just so we can hop into the PG&E.
Yeah, and again, we do have an open forum. I understand some of these questions are specific to SCE. Some of these questions are actually really for the CPUC to weigh in on. And so that's what that open forum is for. There may be also some cross-cutting issues across IOUs as you know, after you've heard the other two presentations. So, and we understand the stakeholder concern. We're trying to address it. But let's move on. I'm going to try to, let's see. I'm going to try to move over to PG&E now. Can someone just confirm if it's full screen? I want to make sure I'm not just sharing the wrong window. Do you see the full screen PG&E's ICA presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Ari, can you hear me? This is Gabriel.
Yes, Gabriel. So are you going to be kicking it off for PG&E?
Yeah, that's right. You can see, I'm sharing, right? You can see my screen?
Yeah.
You're sharing?
You're sharing. Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead. So yeah, I thought that I was going to share for you, but you're welcome to run your own slide deck. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Okay, we'll just get into it then. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining the workshop on PG&E's ICA report. I'm sitting in the conference room with a few colleagues who might jump in as needed, but I'll be the one presenting on several key points. So I'll be starting with the high-level ICA methodology and just running through it briefly. It's very similar to the other IOUs, but we'll highlight any key differences and also the upcoming refinements that we'll be implementing. We'll go over the key challenges and motivations behind developing a new ICA platform with a new vendor. Also our project timeline, including what we accomplished in 2024, what's happening now, and what we will accomplish in 2025. We'll go over a list of known ICA issues related to zero values and our remediation plans and our timelines. We'll show two data visuals that highlight our progress in improving data consistency and timeliness. And we will go over the launch of our grid resource integration portal, which replaced the old ICA map. And finally, we'll end with the feedback loop that we've been implementing using our data portal inbox and how we handle user inquiries. So I'll start with an overview of our load ICA methodology. So fundamentally, the methodology is the same as what SCE presented. We're still looking at the same violation criteria and iterative analysis of increasing load, looking at whether we violate, and then we do that until we get to a limit, and then we publish the reports. So the main difference between our methodologies is at the inputs and assumptions. So there's two key areas. One is the load and generation project information. And the second is the actual distribution circuit model. So different sources and methodologies in which we bring that information in will determine how well our results will be published. So our results are only as good as our inputs and assumptions, and that's kind of the key issues that we'll focus on here. So currently on the load assumption side, we're only modeling the historical load using smart meter data and also the current topology of our system. In the refinements, we will be looking at the future load. We'll be able to allow users to look 1 year into the future, which is a better representation of a project that needs to come online. So along with that, we will need to model our network topology, evolving from as designed topology to one that accounts for future planned capacity projects, network reconfigurations. So one of our biggest challenges is the fact that we're developing a new platform with a new vendor. So we made this decision because we needed a solution that could scale more effectively and integrate more seamlessly with distribution planning methodologies. The new platform offers a better architecture that can keep pace with the new refinements and also more complex features, like accounting for plan reconfiguration scenarios. The new platform is designed to align much more closely with PG&E's distribution planning tools like power flow models. And this platform is designed to do exactly that. Now, the ICA platform doesn't work alone. It taps into various internal databases and software like SAP, SIME, load seed forecast, and various planning tools to gather all the data. And each of these connections rely on existing APIs and interfaces. So this diagram shows how the ICA interacts with several other tools and data sources in our ecosystem. So I'll just briefly break it down. On the left, you have the inputs. We have a geospatial information system network that represents the system as is. We are taking the historical and forecasted energy usage profiles from LoadSeer. In the middle, we have the ICA model itself that feeds into planning tools. So long-term planning tool is where we look ahead to ensure the grid can meet future planning criteria. It also pulls historical ICA data and load growth from LoadSeer to figure out where upgrades or redesigns might be needed. Similarly, the distribution generation screening tool screens new DER interconnections based on Rule 21. It uses ICA to quickly identify whether a project is likely to require upgrades or can be fast-tracked. And on the external facing side, we have our public maps, the grid resource integration portal, where users can see visually where on our system there is capacity. And there's also a linkage to the Your Projects portal, which is our interface where customers can apply for interconnection for new loads and generation. So the point of all that is that we have many linkages that we need to be rebuilding in the development of this system. And we can't just reuse our legacy APIs with a new vendor. They need to be rescoped, rebuilt, and tested because the data models and workflows behind them are changing. And this is for a good reason. We're able to make these data linkages more robust. So it's a good opportunity to improve upon our existing data pipelines. We need to confirm that the new platform can reliably handle everything from load profiles, looking into future load profiles, import correct device settings, and queued project details. So if any API is misaligned and it sends data in the wrong format, then our IC calculations would suffer. So yeah, like I said, updating these pipelines now will ultimately have a more robust future-proof system. So the ultimate goal is to reduce errors, automate more steps, refresh circuits in a timely manner, and give us more data accuracy. So despite all these upgrades in progress, we're still publishing ICA results every month on our existing platform. That means we're running the legacy system side by side with the new development effort. But whenever there's a modeling error or a data mismatch on the old platform, our teams need to jump in to troubleshoot it. So we want to keep our monthly cadence for updating the circuits consistent for our users and stakeholders. But the same subject matter experts who develop the new platform do have to handle day-to-day maintenance of the existing system. This can create resource bottlenecks, and balancing these two fronts is quite a challenge, as it takes coordination among our engineering and IT teams. It's a key challenge, but we need to manage it to ensure we maintain continuity of our existing platform, deliver a new, more capable platform. We're also gradually moving our data generation tasks to the new platform. So refreshing the data on the new ICA map will be transitioned this year. And yeah, at each step of the way, we have to confirm that the APIs that I mentioned and transformation of the data stay in sync with the new platform as we generate everything and refresh all the data. Yeah, we have about 3,000 circuits. Each one needs to be run for 576 scenarios, and they all need to be updated with the rollout of the new platform. So it's quite a computationally intensive and resource intensive effort. Lastly, like I mentioned, the unique aspect of our IC approach is that load is going to be looking at future-looking information, and while generation is going to be relying on the historical data, smart meter data, and also projects that are approved for interconnection. So we have to manage the temporal aspect of having two maps. We need to deal with the fact that there are two different time horizons that we're dealing with, and that the information shown on the map aligns with the state of the grid. So you have generation looking at today's version of the network, and you have load that looks at a future version of the network with planned upgrades. So it's a challenge, but we need to figure out the best way to manage this. I'm going to go over the progress that we're making with the new design. So throughout 2024, our primary focus was design and development with the new vendor. We worked on architectural decisions, data flow structures, algorithms that we need for implementing the refinements. So we laid the groundwork for redesign of the system. And in the last quarter of this year, we conducted extensive acceptance testing. So we ran snippets of the code that ensured that the functionality was being met. We ran them in a controlled environment, addressed initial bugs and performance issues, and made sure the foundational components of the platform were ready for the next stage. At the end of this past year, 2024, we had a beta 1.0 rollout, which was a packaged version of the product that we could actually run additional testing on. And the reason why we're taking the phased approach is so we can conduct concurrent development while we test different parts of the system. So instead of one huge release at a certain time and point, we would be able to incrementally test the platform to make sure that we get a smooth rollout in 2025. So actually, the end of this quarter, we're on track to launch a minimum viable product, which has all the essential features functioning and will be able to generate data enough to process monthly ICA cycles for at least a subset of feeders. But it will not be until end of Q2 where we have full functionality, including more advanced capabilities like limited generation profiles and dynamic reconfiguration of the circuit models, and error checking, and also the user interface enhancements. And finally, once the platform is fully functional, our goal is to incrementally refresh all the networks. And by the end of the year, we should have a full network refresh complete of all 3,000 circuits. let's walk through the key issues that we've identified in ICA process and the steps we're taking to fix them. So all of these are known issues that are currently being addressed, and we have a plan in place to address. Nothing here is really surprising to us, but yeah, these are listed here, and I'll go over these with you who are not familiar. Equipment settings have always been a pain point. Some projects have incorrect or stale information, and because we're importing, like I said, the inputs are what are important to make the model accurate. The information that we get from all the equipment settings and devices, they need to be correct in order for us to run a correct ICA run. So the device settings that we import from another system, when they're incorrect, we need to be able to identify them. We've been addressing this on a manual basis as they come up, but we have also created some logic to detect these inconsistencies and assign appropriate default values. And these have been discussed with our internal distribution planning teams. We can identify the most common type, whether it's a switch setting or it's a conductor rating. There are ways to detect anomalies and fix them in an automated manner. So there are already solutions in place right now, and we're, depending on the type of device and the type of the issue, some of them are still ongoing. Mapping of queue generation, a portion of projects, so this is also an input for the project. When a project is moved between several different platforms, and when there's a change in the project detail, sometimes they're not universally updated across all the different platforms. And the information can be stale, like a node ID or a date doesn't match or could be incorrect. Sometimes if a project is already operational, but the operation date wasn't caught in a different platform, they could remain on the list and skew our host capacity analysis. So we're doing manual cleanups currently. We are currently deploying a sub-process that checks for changes in each database and removes or updates project entries automatically. The next 2 or 3 have to do with the load inputs. So the missing hours out of 576, it's a very small number of circuits, but they are reporting less than the 576-hour results due to the various errors. This may be due to load flow convergence failures, which means issues with the loading information. And there are just a few specific hours that go missing. There's probably only a handful of these, and we are resolving these when the issue appear. But the published results in the CSV files and the map are accurate. It's just a few hours that are missing. And so we're addressing this in an ongoing basis as they appear, but there's not very many of them currently. Zero or invalid load values can appear when AMI data is interrupted. Sometimes, for example, a PSPS event can cause some load values to appear as 0. So this will cause convergence issues or distort the results. Most often this happens when we have a partial or 0 data for a feeder at a specific hour. But currently only a few circuits experience this, but these do create incomplete simulations. So this is just something we need to clean up from a data standpoint. And as the issue arises, we will resolve them on an ongoing basis. Some circuits undergo network reconfigurations and can leave feeders with no loading data. This is because these feeders have been left over from a network reconfiguration. They're actually unwanted, but as such, there's no loading information for these feeders. So the transformer tap changer logic depends on loading to determine the voltage. And if there's no loading information, it's unable to figure out the voltage output because that part of the circuit no longer exists. So this is just an issue of keeping the model updated. We need some logic to look at the map even after reconfiguration and see if the outdated portion of the segment matches with the map that should be in place. So this is also addressed on a case-by-case basis by removing or updating the leftover segments whenever we see an error related to the tap changer. And if we do see this issue happen more frequently, we'll have to automate that cleanup.
Gabriel, this is Ari from SE. I want to just interrupt you for a moment. Sky had a question. As you're going through these, she's wondering if you could speak to the scale of the issues. Are these small? What percent of nodes or feeders would be seeing these issues? You know, essentially, you've identified the issues, but stakeholders are not quite sure how to rank these. Are some more serious than others? Are they affecting more feeders than others?
Yeah, I would say the last three are very small issues. You know, probably single-digit feeders out of 3,000. The two ones on the top are more frequent. You know, the network is constantly changing and new devices are being added, removed, settings are being implemented. So, you know, that is just something we need to keep improving on an ongoing basis, getting the inputs correct in the equipment settings. And also the queue generation is a little bit more frequent as well. But like I said, we know what the issue is. It's just a data synchronization issue, and we just need to automate that synchronization across all of our platforms.
Thanks, Gabriel. Yeah, were you looking to go to the next slide now?
Yep. Here we have a chart comparing the distribution of uniform load IC results since 2018 to January of this year. And this is using the most limiting hour methodology as stated in our report. Each of these bars shows how many nodes in percentage terms had a minimum ICA value in different ranges. So early on in 2018, we saw a large portion of those reporting very low or zero hosting capacity. Some of that was real, but a lot of that was driven by incomplete and incorrect data, like outdated device settings or missing load inputs. As over time, as we refined how we captured and validated the data, the results became more stable. We've implemented a very rigorous process for publishing data. When we see an issue with a ICA run, we don't publish it until we've had an engineer review and resolve the issue. So as you can see, there's a distribution shift over time, especially after 2020, where the proportions in each capacity range started to converge to a more consistent pattern. So like I said, our results are only published once we pass a series of data checks, and this approach prevents the bad data from ever appearing in the public results and explains why you see more consistency over the past few updates. So like I said, the ICA results are only as good as the quality of the inputs. And over time, we've built this data verification process that's dramatically improved consistency. And you can see how these bars have stabilized in the past few years. So it's a direct testament to the ongoing efforts we put into the data cleanup and validation.
Sky has a question.
Yeah, Sky.
I don't think you have the answer to this right now. I'm just going to say, Gabriel, and maybe the PG&E could address this in the next report with respect to some specific scale, telling me that it is the top two issues occur more frequently. I don't really know what that means. Does that mean it happens on 2% of the feeders or 50% of the feeders? Totally fine if you don't know the answer to that question right now. But I think that's what I was looking for more, is like helping people understand how likely it is that the results they're looking at might be impacted by one of those problems.
Hi, Sky. This is Said from PG&E. just jumping here. Um, for default equipment, I can provide numbers right now, but it's, as Gabriel mentioned, is a frequent issue. So, for example, last year we had around 300 to 400 default reclosers because, and we didn't have those like default reclosers 2023. Last year it happened. We've installed a lot of new reclosers because of the wildfire actually initiatives. So we adding more equipment into our databases, and then when the mappers are actually importing data into our ADGIS database, then settings are missing. So this is not something that like we're doing frequent cleanup, but then when new data is added, it happens again. So it's a ongoing challenge we have. And then on the shadow queue information, we captured this error early 2024, but January, February, we saw a lot of like the process, as you've seen in our reports, is like we are capturing data quality issues before we run ICA. So we are seeing like a lot of 0 ICA flags. And then we looked at the backend data, we captured basically there is some misalignment between different systems that, so when the Your Projects portal receives an application, it sends a notification to SAP, and then SAP sends this information to EDGIS. Then after a while, EDGIS would transfer this information to our SIME database with our SIME extracts. So there is a delay between each step. So that delay could not be prevented. Only way to prevent it is like bit more frequent, actually SIME extracts, more frequent API calls, which we are addressing somehow with more frequent SIME extracts, right? The other challenge which happened, and we're addressing this by Q4 this year, was a gap in the process where a record goes to EDGIS, and then because we are using from the SIME modeling perspective, we are using AMI data. When projects are commissioned, we need to remove those records from our SIME models in order to avoid double counting. So for some circuits, those were not being removed because of a process gap. So we identified that. We're gonna address this by the end of the year. But in the interim, we cleaned up the data, and we are cleaning up the data on a monthly basis. So we already addressed more than 90% of those issues. I hope that answers the question.
There's another question in the chat.
There were a couple of questions. Well, this one's from Ben, and Gabriel. Hopefully, you can respond to this. He's asking if he's reading this right. Is there less than 1 megawatt of load available on 67.4% of feeders? So, I think he might be adding up a number of categories here, but yeah, can you respond to that? Is there that little headroom on 67% of your feeders?
Yeah, so first of all, this is nodal level, and yeah, he might be adding up the bars of the first 5 buckets. Yeah, so yeah, I believe that's the correct way to interpret it.
Less than 1 megawatt.
Yeah. For less than 1 megawatt, you have the sum of these bars. That's
Sum of-
percentage.
Sum of zeros and 1 megawatt.
Yeah.
It's 1 kilowatt. Yeah, correct. Correct.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes, and you said that's at the nodal level. Okay. All right, that's all the questions we have. Were you still in the middle of the slide, or you want to go to the next one?
No, I'll go ahead. So we've started tracking the age distribution of circuits for ICA publication data, comparing 2024 December to January 2025. So in other words, how recently each feeder's ICA results were updated. Before I go into that, I'll explain how often we run studies. So we have a monthly study cycle where we pull the newest network models, load generation data, and queue projects. Circuits with significant changes are triggered for recalculation. Things like major load increases, generation increases, new DERs, reconfigurations, and we have a complete list of trigger criteria. But our goal is to refresh everything at least once in the last year. So do know each IC runs very computationally intense. We do 576 hours for each node, each of the 3,000 nodes. And you know, if some circuits are especially complex or require rerunning or troubleshooting, they can take much longer. And that requires an engineer to conduct manual intervention to troubleshoot. And because we don't publish IC results until they're verified by the engineer and free of errors, this is also one of the reasons why problematic circuits can extend lead times. So you'll notice that in January, nearly 40% of the circuits are updated within the last 3 months, and almost 99% are updated within 9 months. So we're pretty close to our objective. We are actively trying to improve the lead time, so to reduce the bottleneck that I just explained with the troubleshooting and the manual intervention and the computational strain on such a large network. We've increased our headcount over the last year. We've also increased our computing capacity by 20%. And this helps us process larger batch runs faster and also address the tricky circuits more promptly. So when a circuit data flags an error or anomaly, we can fix it more swiftly, rerun it, publish fresh results rather than leaving it in the backlog and causing older ICA circuits to remain in the system. So even in the last month, we're showing an increase. And yeah, actually, we didn't get it into this slide, but the month of February, I think we improved incrementally as well. So I think we ran about 900 circuits over the last month, which is you know, a substantial portion of our system.
It looks like there may be a question on this slide, Gabriel, from Sky.
Okay, sorry, I can't see the chat.
Hi, Gabriel. Thanks for this, and thanks for actually putting together the detail on this. I have a few related questions about the updates overall, and I don't think you have further slides on this, but if you were going to get to them, feel free to tell me that you're going to get to them. So I understand here that you guys are addressing one of the concerns we had, which is like some of the results we were identifying having not been updated for, 2 years or something. And it looks like you're really narrowing in on solving that problem. And I appreciate that. The current requirement is that the utilities update each feeder that has had changes that trigger the threshold on a monthly basis. And reading between the lines here and in the report, my understanding is that you guys are not achieving that fully yet. can you confirm just a simple yes or no whether that is a correct conclusion? And then we can get into why and what scale and so on. You want me to ask it again?
Yeah.
No, we're just
Sky, do you mind asking the question again? I didn't quite capture.
So the commission's requirement for each of the IOUs in terms of updates is that each feeder that triggers an update threshold, and you guys, I don't have it in front of me, but have documented what your trigger threshold is, are supposed to be updated on a monthly basis. So not every feeder gets updated every month, but if it triggers the threshold for changes, you're supposed to update it every month. And so my understanding from reading your report and this sort of summary is that you guys are not yet doing that. You're not able to update every feeder that is triggered on a monthly basis. So my first question is just, is that correct?
So every circuit that is being triggered goes to a priority actually queue, where depending on the severity of the changes, we move them through the process. So we only have 25 servers. We don't have capacity to run every and all circuits at the same time. So it goes to a queue. For example, if a large load connects, that gets the highest priority. If the DGSD the DG screening tool basically have a new request, that is the highest priority. If engineers actually run the circuit manually, that's another actually high priority to run circuits. So some of them would start actually running, and then some of them would fail because there are data quality problems. If there are not data quality problems, they will run through the process based on where they are in the queue. Some of them would take a long time. We have circuits that take around 15 to 20 days to run the ICA. Those are like very long feeders, 15 miles in Humboldt County area, where we have like multiple levels of voltage regulation. So these are ill-conditioned circuits that it takes a long time to run and process. And if they fail, then next time we rerun them, it takes another 15, 20 days to run.
Okay.
We have those edge cases. What we're trying right now to do is and you see on the graph, we're cleaning up actually the failures that happen, which requires engineers to basically open the model on our ICA platform, take a look at the logs, issues, errors, open the sign model, figure out where the cause of issue is, and then rerun them. It takes like, for some circuit, it takes 1 hour. For complex problem, it's not like if I go to distribution planning and I bring junior engineers, they cannot troubleshoot or ICA errors, because this is a highly complex process. It's not only time because of automation.
Can I interrupt?
Sometimes sure.
So, I've read your report and I agree and appreciate that this is complex. And I actually think that your explanation was probably helpful for other parties as well in terms of the way you approach the update. I still just want a yes or no, and it's okay if the answer is no, but like, I think the answer is no. I think you're telling us that, and there you may have very good reasons why the answer is no, but I think it's important that we all level set on, are the circuits being updated when there are changes, so that the public knows with some, whether they're looking at results, whether they can expect them to be current or whether they need to, whether there's a possibility they're outdated. And I think what you're saying is that maybe some months you might be able to do that, but because of the complexity and depending on each individual feeder, that you're not able to achieve that cadence on each month. Can you answer just yes or no to that?
I think basically the public is not appreciating how complex this process is. And I want to make it clear, this is very complex problem, and nobody's appreciating that.
Okay, so PG&E doesn't have a yes or no question as to whether it's in compliance with the commission's order. I appreciate that. Can I go on to the Rule 21 updates that I asked the staff to have you address, which I don't see addressed here? So going again to the commission's orders, this is the Rule 21 docket, which we were told we have to address here and not in that docket.
Sky,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? Thank you. This is Julia Anderson from PG&E. I do want to say we are in compliance with the commission's orders. I want to explicitly say that.
Can you explicitly explain how you are then? Because that's not the answer we
Yes.
were given.
We are publishing our ICA results on a monthly cadence as the commission has ordered us to do.
What is your understanding of what the commission ordered? What do you mean by that? Because I think the commission ordered that every time a circuit is triggered, it be updated on a monthly basis. And I think what I'm hearing is that no, that's quote complicated.
So I think we've gone back and forth about this before, I believe. Is that correct?
Certainly.
That makes me very concerned about being very precise with my data or you asking us to give a straight yes or no answer. But like for the record, we do believe we are in compliance with the commission's order to publish ICA data on a monthly basis. I think that we can talk further about this offline in writing with our lawyers as we've done before. If you do need a very specific, very precise, or if that answer is not sufficient, thanks for your patience and understanding. I just want to be very clear about that.
Okay, that's not very clear, but I appreciate that you don't want to talk about it further. So can we talk about Rule 21? So the order of the commission's order, or my interpretation of the commission's order, is that, and this was actually proposed by PG&E explicitly during the working group reports, which is well documented, that when an applicant applies to interconnect, if the ICA results are not updated, and since I think I'm understanding that they likely aren't sometimes, that the utility would update the results within the fast track time period. That was what PG&E proposed to the commission, and the parties agreed, and that was what was adopted. I just want to know if that's happening. So if I apply to interconnect using the ICA through Rule 21's fast track process, and the results are not current, are you able to update them during the time specified by the commission?
Yeah, so like I said, the priority queue has a set of criteria, and DGST screening is one of them. So if circuit is not up to date and we need to run the screening, then it will trigger based on its priority. So and we are prioritizing to the manner that is needed by the commission.
Okay, so if I apply, that's great news. And so if I apply to interconnect, I am not going to have PG&E say to me, we cannot use the ICA results, and we're going to default to the old screens because the circuit's not updated.
That's correct. So I think the issue in the past was, like Saeed explains, it's very complex, right? We have different priority orders, so, and if there's a big backlog in ICA runs and we can't get the screen M in a timely manner, then that would be, it's a competing priority with a timeline that the customer expects. So we don't want to go in that direction, but we're actively looking to improve our lead times so that we can process in a timely manner. So it's really a resource issue. So if we can add more resources and run ICA, and prioritize in a timely manner, then we were able to use screen M as intended.
Okay. Okay, let me get to that. That's actually my last question about this, which is, what is the plan for getting that computing resources forward? Is the commission required a remedial and timeline for getting there? And I understand, and again, I want to be clear that I appreciate the complexities, and I don't think that the answer being no is necessarily like the end of the world. It's a matter of understanding where we're going and how we get there. So what I'd like to know is, does PG&E have a concrete plan to get there? We may disagree on what that is, because sounds like you might think you are in compliance. But if you can speak to whether you're going to be able to get to the point where you're able to update triggering circuits on a monthly basis, that would be helpful.
Are you muted?
Yeah, sorry about that. We're just discussing internally. So the previous slides were talking about all the issues that we're running into that we're looking to improve. So I think the biggest issue is the engineering resources that we need to apply to resolve. You know, we want to be able to publish, so we need to apply the resources, and we're limited in resources. So the competing priorities of publishing in a timely manner, having the resources to resolve issues so we can publish accurately, and also the dependencies for customer-facing systems like Rule 21, Screen M. You know, those are all in competing priorities. So one, we need more resources, and that is the plan. And two, we need to decrease the amount of issues that we're running into, so we don't need to backlog based on engineering resource. So it's twofold, and I think that's all we can say about the plan right now. So I think the question was about the timeline, right?
Yeah, there is a question about a timeline, and also from Anthony, there's a question on how are users notified not to use circuits that have a trigger but have not yet been updated.
Yeah, thank you so much. We actually, for that last part, we do have a plan. This was brought up in a workshop or a presentation recently. Maybe it was the GRIP when we presented the new GRIP map. I think someone brought up that we should publish a most recently triggered date. And so we are looking at doing that with our new platform. We are not prioritizing it. We're trying to get all the other load ICA refinements done and get this platform transition completed accurately and appropriately. But we do have a plan for adding that to the publicly available information. And we're happy to take further user feedback. Thank you.
This is Ari again, Gabriel and team. I just wanted to note the time. SE obviously was a little over time as well, but ideally we were hoping you would be done by noon. I don't know how many slides you have left. Sorry, Gabriel, but I just wanted to highlight.
Just a couple more, right?
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm just going to move on, and we can take questions with the remaining time. So the next couple of slides are just on the grid resource integration portal. So like I mentioned, we've launched a new platform that replaces our old, more customized map solution. Our previous data portal was more of a customized map interface that made adding new features a little bit more cumbersome, requiring more coding effort. The new portal is built on a ArcGIS industry standard mapping framework. It lets us bring new functionalities online faster. There's several benefits of using this foundation. We can layer additional data sets like overlaying ICA data with other type of information that you might find on a map, advanced search filters. So, you know, the ultimate goal is to benefit the user to be able to make decisions in a more robust manner with the additional features. And it also opens the door to new use cases for ICA. You know, we can look at different overlays with demographics or zoning, and you know, also even further into the future if needed, so that developers and planners can see how hosting capacity intersects with local factors. We began this transition in Q4 of last year. We were concurrently maintaining both platforms during that time. We are going to retire the older portal this month, actually. And all the 2024 DIDF data will be only available on GRIP at this point. So this will be the single source of truth for both ICA and DIDF. So we will not give you a demo, but you know, it's readily accessible at the link that you see, grip.pgne.com. We maintain a dedicated email address in our old data portal since 2018, where anyone can send questions, report issues, or request information. And we just did a little bit of a data analysis of all the emails that we received, about 309 of them since 2018. Most of the requests were access requests, where at the time portal required PG&E approval to grant logins, and 50 or so emails were out of scope, unrelated to ICA. 40 emails were data requests for specialized circuit data that we were not publishing at the time. And finally, there were a small portion of emails that were pointing out portal bugs or data quality issues. And whenever we received a data quality concern, our ICA team and IT teams would investigate the root cause. And you know, if it's a model issue or glitch in the data pipeline, we would resolve it through engineering. If it was a bug with the user interface or the portal itself, we would resolve it with the IT and web development teams. So we have the new GRIP portal will have a new email to replace the old email, and you know, we'll still be monitoring the email address during transition. Going forward, the GRIP email address will be the main inbox that we will keep track of. So encourage everyone to use these channels to report your feedback. So that is all I had to present today. We can take some more questions. See, Sky has a hand up. I don't know who was first. I don't see the chat here. Ari, you want to moderate the questions?
Sure. I do see Sky has a question, and I also see Tom has a written question. Let me go with Tom. I know Sky, you do have a critical question, but Tom is asking in the chat, in the reference resources limitations, if the resource limitation is computational, PG&E's 2023 GRC capital request should provide helpful information. If the issue is resolving a lack of or inaccuracies in equipment data, or a lack of engineers with the experience to build out the complicated process, that's an entirely different issue. Hopefully, PG&E can better explain its resource limitations so all can understand the path forward.
Yeah, so in a perfect world, all ICA will have no issues, and you have all the computational power to run them monthly, refresh your whole system monthly. Basically, that's, you know, but the fact of the matter is, like, we can't buy all the server capacity to do that, because we have engineers that need to resolve circuits. We have internal systems that rely on the ICA data that need to come first, right? If there's an active application that comes in, we need to run ICA, and that should come first to make that use case useful. We're already trying to improve our headcount and server resources. We're trying to improve our data quality by automating some of the identification and resolutions. So I think all of that will converge into a better solution in the future. Adding resources in itself is, that should be done, but we should also look for ways that are not capital intensive, as in improving our internal processes and resolving the circuits.
Thanks, Gabriel. Sky, I want to ask, we are at the lunch break period. I want to ask if your question is if it's more than a couple minutes, perhaps what we can do is take our lunch break. People may have made plans or need to make calls or what have you, walk the dog, whatever it is. And we could come right back to PG&E after lunch. We were planning to go to SDG&E, but yeah, just want to know, Sky, is your question, if it's more than a minute or two, we'd like to do it after the lunch break.
Sure. Why don't I just pose the question? I think it probably will be longer than that. And then you guys, I'll give you a chance to think about how to address it. Does that sound good?
Yeah, and Gabriel, can PG&E accommodate that? Are you able to come back at 12:30?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Sky, for being flexible there, and PG&E for agreeing to come back after lunch. Let's take that 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back at 12:30.
I think what I said was that I'd like to pose the question so that PG&E is prepared.
Sorry, I thought you said post the question. Oh, you want to pose
I'll just pose it early. It's very quick.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and pose it
I
verbally.
suggest that what it would be helpful to actually answer this question is if you could prepare a slide that shows the table 3 from PG&E's report, which is the electric vehicle infrastructure rule 29 comparison with the ICA. That table is deeply concerning. It shows us that there was a very small sample size, but of the projects that proposed to interconnect, these are load projects, that they comparing them to the ICA, that the ICA was deeply conservative, by like megawatts conservative, if I'm understanding those results correctly. So my question is, am I understanding those results correctly? And 2, what is PG&E thinking about those results in terms of how users should see the accuracy of the ICA in light of this relatively small sample size? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll see if the PG&E team would like to address that right now, or if they want to take it.
Yeah, we'll come back after lunch and give you an answer, Sky.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's take that break. Let's return at 12:30 for the answer to that question, and then moving on to San Diego.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's 12:31, so it's probably about time to get started. Ari, please correct me if I'm wrong, and if you're there, I believe PG&E was considering if they wanted to answer that question that Sky posed, and then we'll move on to SDG&E's presentation before closing with the joint session where overarching questions and unresolved questions can be addressed.
That's correct. Yeah, we're going to move into the response to the question posed by Sky just before lunch. So I saw Saeed come on, so I believe PG&E is going to be available, and then we'll turn directly over to San Diego.
Saeed, you're muted.
Thank you, Ari. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we
Sorry,
can.
we're on mute. Yep. Yeah, so I appreciate the question from Sky. We actually looked at the report comparing ICA results with historical actually engineering review for EV applications. And we confirmed that ICA results were accurate. The input of the results were accurate. The output of the results are accurate. ICA is doing what it needs to do in these situations. There are some constraints, as Sky mentioned, is more conservative, basically, the ICA results. There are some constraints that when these applications go to engineering review, they have more flexibility, basically, to resolve some of the issues. Specifically, if there is a voltage issue, they can actually address them by tweaking voltage regulator settings or gap bank settings, things like that. And then there are also, like, for example, the last example, which is a thermal constraint. So the ICA value was limited by a fuse, but then the planning basically in the planning side, that is not considered as a huge upgrade. So they're looking for if it's a transformer upgrade or line upgrade, but eventually they capture that a fuse upgrade, and for that specific application they upgraded that fuse. So it's not like they're not capturing this, but they're not flagging it as a big upgrade, basically, in their calculations.
Do you want to mention that?
Hope that answers the question.
Thank you. So I think based on where we are timing wise, I appreciate the explanation. I think there's a lot more we have to go into to make sure I understand that, and that mostly that the users of the map understand that. My understanding is that PG&E, well, I know this because PG&E filed a advice letter proposing to use sort of the ICA results to tell customers whether they should continue to pursue their applications for load sites. If I was, for example, the project in Livermore, and you were telling me that I should that you looked at the ICA and you're telling me that that there's no capacity at my site, but it turns out that there were no constraints at all, that would be a real misfire. So I think I don't need a further response to this, but I think that this table has alarming results in terms of whether the ICA could be used to provide customers any information at all. And I think the commission should dig into that further in a more robust workshop, because I think PG&E's, the one who says they want to use the results, but I can't tell from this table what a customer would be able to do with those outcomes. Thank you.
Yeah, so I would like actually to answer this actually.
Please.
And I'm happy that actually you asked this question, because if you look at our load ICA use case, you see we have actually a flag if the ICA results constrain one of the customers, then this will require engineering review. And that's why basically we have that flag. We don't want to return customers and say, hey, we don't have capacity and we can't do anything for this, right? So we want to have that kind of flexibility for engineers to take a look at it and provide those kind of basically options or like engineering judgment or more flexibility to change these results. We don't.
But isn't that true for
We
every
know that.
ICA result? So what does that mean? Like, if you're saying on the map every ICA result requires engineering review, what is the customer supposed to take from the actual result?
Only if it's limited. So you have an application comes in, is lower than ICA value. If it's limited and it's basically concerning, it's gonna be routed to an engineering review. We don't want to just say we don't have capacities, right? So that's why we're creating that specific route to be able to actually enable engineers to provide solutions for this.
So how does that relate to what you're proposing?
Again, we never, the other part of the question, part of the answer is, we never said we're gonna use this ICA for our future use case. So I think the public should know they need to wait for our ICA refinements. So that new platform will inform our ICA use case. It's not the current ICA platform or ICA results.
Okay, thank you, Saeed. I appreciate that, and I do hope the commission will give us opportunity to talk about how to address this question more broadly.
We look forward actually for that conversation because we think actually this conversation is needed.
All right, this is Ari again. I think I'm putting up. I think I'm sharing the agenda here. We do have a couple other questions. So, oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's see. We have a question from Eric Martineau. A comment before we move to San Diego. Yeah, I think we'll need someone to unmute Eric.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Eric Martineau from Interconnection Team and Energy Division. Just two quick comments on some of the things we've heard this morning. I thought helpful just to interject at this point, just for people to be, thinking about throughout the rest of the day and beyond and so on. But just to point out, I think was mentioned before in terms of the requirement for monthly updates or updating ICA values during the process of initial review of an interconnection application. And just to present the exact reference for us in the future, it's quite simple. There was a 2017 decision that said that ICA values should be updated on a monthly basis if there are significant system changes, and then there's a whole list of what those, what constitutes significant, et cetera. And then in a 2020 decision, that was mentioned again in terms of proposal 8B was adopted from the working group, which said basically that if the ICA value needs to be updated in the course of initial review of an interconnection application, that the IOU should update the ICA value if needed within the initial review timeframe. That's just the explicit language. And I think the discussion that we heard this morning was basically asking to what extent is that really happening? Are those updates occurring within the time frame of initial review in what percentage of cases, in all cases or in most cases, et cetera. And so getting a better understanding of that, I think, is still an item that is on the table. My second comment is just that from an interconnection point of view, when we're talking about ICA value accuracy, ICA missing values, this is really not an academic issue or some mundane type of quality assurance issue, but there are daily real world impacts on interconnection customers, on the costs and timelines for interconnection processing, customer design decisions, and ultimately the value that California is getting from DERs related to ICA value accuracy and missing values, how projects are evaluated, what the consequences are for customers, how long it takes, how much resources from the IOUs are required, the impacts of discrepancies between published ICA values and the actual, results from interconnection, evaluations. And so, that's just to say that I think what I've heard this morning also is, when and to what extent can we trust the ICA values? And we still don't necessarily have a definitive customer service oriented answer to that. We may have technical engineering answers to that. We may have a lot of, information about, how the remediation is happening. But what I've heard this morning is also that we still don't necessarily have a customer service oriented answer to the question in terms of when and to what extent, can these values be trusted or, are available or will be available, et cetera, in the full meaning of what the original, commission's intention has been going back many years. I'll leave it at that. I just from my perspective, perhaps that's a bit a bit provocative, but I had those thoughts from this morning, and I just wanted to interject them at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Eric. That's really, really helpful to hear, and something we'll continue to keep in mind as we go through the workshop, and actually and frankly go towards our future workshops. This is a quarterly workshop cadence, and so if we have not provided the customer service perspective on ICA accuracy and usability this time around, we hope to do it 3 months from now at our next workshop. So I appreciate your perspective on what was shared this morning and whether it was what stakeholders need to know. So with that, I do want to turn to San Diego and introduce Caterina Vargas, who's Principal Engineer, Electric System Planning. And he is going to be sharing his screen and I think speaking on behalf of his whole SDG&E team. So I think, Caterina, you can take it away from here.
Thank you. Let me just select. There you go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is, as mentioned, Caterina Vargas. I'm going to present on behalf of SDG&E, and I apologize in advance because I just switched computers, so my old camera doesn't play along with my new computer. All right. So I'm going to go over to the agenda. As a reminder, we'll have time dedicated to Q&A. If you can please hold your questions at the end, and we did address them to them accordingly. So I'm going to cover ICA overview. We're going to updates on refinements and changes, updates on data validation efforts, include with the Q&A. As you see, this is probably the third time covered by our colleagues for PG and Edison. The methodology for ICA was developed through a series of workshops with many stakeholders involved. The process and methodology are largely the same among the utilities. Just a quick overview of SDG&E. ICA employs the iterative methodology and assess 576 points of hosting capacity for both load and generation at all three-phase nodes of SDG&E primary circuits. The methodology to build a model utilize different data sources. Then once the model is processed, it goes to the ICA algorithm, goes through the different screens, we get the results, and that's what it gets posted into our portal. These are the different screens that are already predefined and give us the different criteria and provide the results. Again, it's similar as the other two utilities. If you want to know more about the technical, you can look into our user guide. Okay. Given ICA, I'm going to cover now update frequency. Given the ICA relies on up-to-date models to produce results most aligned with system conditions, SGNE maintains a monthly update frequency for ICA and is being treated by different criteria, either for circuit reconfigurations or load additions or queue generation. All circuits get updated at least once a year in case a circuit didn't get triggered by any of these categories. So all the circuits get validated at least once a year. Also, sometimes we do ad hoc updates to ICA when it might be necessary if there's a new change that need to be pushed out or due to portal updates. Okay, refinements and changes. As you may know, the first version of ICA went live years ago, and many refinements and changes have happened since then. We wanted to highlight a few recent changes and share some upcoming changes for ICA. And we also are proactively reviewing ICA portal and related user interface to identify improvements or future improvement opportunities. So the first one I'm gonna address is Screen M. In the context of the Rule 21 proceeding and based on feedback from stakeholders, it was recommended to utilize ICA for evaluating Screen M in the approval process. By incorporating ICA results into the Screen M review, we can identify discrepancies and validate the data. This process will provide transparency in the process, and this has been in place since Q3 2022. Results. Refine screen for ICA results for 1515 circuits. For SGNE, we process all 12 kV circuits and have compiled results for all 3 phase line sections. However, it is important to note that certain results are not displayed on the ICA map, particularly those circuits that fall under the 1515 rule. The data for these circuits is not represented on the map, but when an interconnection application is submitted, we leverage the ICA results to inform our review process. This approach allows to utilize available data effectively, even when some information may not be explicitly visible on the ICA map. By incorporating these findings into our assessments, we ensure that every application is evaluated against the ICA values. And we started doing that since Q2 2024. What is coming? Update on the data portal and remove registration. SGNE recognizes the evolving needs of its customers, and we're committed to enhance their experiences. Starting March 21st this year, which is a couple weeks, users will no longer require login credentials to access the IC portal. This decision reflects SGNE insurance data protection on the back end, while also being easily accessible to customers. By eliminating the login requirements, we aim to streamline the user experience, make it simpler for everyone to navigate the ICA portal. In addition to these significant changes, we're also in the process of updating our front page and user guide to further improve usability. The next upcoming change or refinement is, as part of the refinement changes of the ICA, SGNE filed a load integration capacity analysis report where it provides a work plan outlining SGNE timelines and milestones to implement the refinements to load ICA modeling practices. We're going to model load ICA to include capacity distribution system upgrades with an approved construction schedule and in-service date within 1 year. To facilitate these refinements, we have already established a database to host a new model. Additionally, we have improved our processes, modifying our code to enhance the functionality of these models. The development phase has concluded, and we're preparing to migrate to production. We'll start to refresh results on some of the circuits with future configurations by the end of this month. The next upcoming change is limited generation profile values. We're working to provide limited generation profile values. A standardized template already has been approved. So we're currently working with IT to integrate this template into our ICA portal. Once the review process is complete in the development environment, then it will be implemented in production. LGP downloadable files will be available on ICA portal by July 10th. And finally, implementing long-term refinements and portal changes. In parallel with the changes we are implementing, we are also working to refine the accessibility map and streamline the overall process to enhance customer experience. Our team is focused on identifying and removing any barriers that may hinder users from easily navigating the map and accessing the information they need. We'll also be working on future navigation features that clear visual elements to ensure that users can find relevant data without unnecessary complications. Also, we are exploring opportunities to leverage the results of ICA. Like I mentioned, our aim is to create a simple interface that not only delivers essential information, but also fosters a sense of engagement, empowerment among our customers. By continually refining both the map access and the overall process, we're committed to building a customer intuitive platform that not only meets but exceeds expectations. We believe that this enhancement will not only improve accessibility, but also provide our customers with the confidence and clarity they need as they navigate their integration journey with us.
Katerina, we have a question from Tam Hunt from GPI. I think on the first box on your page, yes, which Rule 21 screens are based now on ICA?
Screen M.
Was that screen M or screen
M.
Ed?
M as mom.
Mm-hmm. Sure. All right, please go ahead. Oh, and he's asking why not N also?
Let me check with my team because maybe N as well. But I can get back to you on that one.
All right, please proceed, and we'll there is a question and answer period, I know, at the end of your presentation, so I'm sure the team will have that figured out by then.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to move forward on data validation efforts. In parallel with our refinements, we have worked hard on data validations efforts. We conducted a comprehensive assessment to uncover the underlying reasons for the occurrence of false zeros in the results of the load ICA. This in-depth investigation was aimed at identifying patterns, anomalies, and potential correlations that may not have been immediately apparent. By meticulously reviewing all circuits that report a zero ICA, we're able to refine our model build, enhance an overall modeling process. Our objective was to systematically address the various factors contributing to these potential false zeros, ultimately optimizing the model performance and improving the integrity of the underlying data sources. This approach ensures that we provide more consistent and reliable ICA load results for our customers. As part of the additional review and in combination with our current robust Q&A QC process, we implement techniques, leveraging historical data and identifying root causes. Through these efforts, we have successfully reduced the incidence of false zeros seen over the past 2 years, resulting in significant improvements in the quality of results available to our customers. This not only boosts confidence in our data, but also empowers customers to make better informed decisions based on more reliable results. Moving forward, we remain committed to continuous improvement and innovating in our modeling practices to further enhance the user experience and data validation. Also, I want to recap here. This graph is the results for the data validation for the load ICA using the distribution of results at the line segment level or node that was provided in the report using the IRX matrix table. This graph will show the distribution of results for nodes, showing the minimum value of 576 points analyzed on each node. For us, I think 2 years ago, we were at 70%. Currently, we're at 8.5% of zero node ICA values. Okay. Also, I want to provide another context on this because I think there was an earlier question on if it's zero, that means you cannot connect. We also look into the circuit average distribution results. So what this tells us is at the circuit level, what is the average ICA load available? So this graph will show like all the circuits have at one point in time or part of the circuits some capacity available. This is what we use to start tackling those false zeros to make sure that the circuit provides meaningful values. what is coming? Given our success on validation for load ICA, we're implementing to adopt a similar in-depth approach as we previously implemented for load ICA. This approach will allow us to thoroughly analyze and enhance our current QA/QC, ensuring we gain some optimizations along the process, leveraging the experiences we gain on data validation for load ICA. So we aim, we're going to be focusing on reducing those potential fault zeros. And then similar to the load ICA, this graph, despite the circuit average distribution results for Gen ICA, I should have mentioned as of December 24, that's when I built these graphs. Most of the circuits at one point or during the time they will have available generation interconnection. Finally, similar to, this is the resources, as mentioned, our portal is going to be being upgraded first, but this is the current link to our portal, the user guide, and this is the email dedicated for questionings about the ICA map portal. With that, I open it for Q&A. I don't know if there's some questions on the chat.
It appears there's a question from Sky.
Hi, Kairino.
Hi, Sky. Long time.
First of all, I'm so impressed. You guys have gotten the zeros way down, and I really wanted to call that out as something that is notable and appreciated, and I hope we can get there for everybody. It's also somewhat surprising how far those results went. So that's just a comment. I have a couple questions on things that you didn't address in the presentation. So I wanted to get some clarity. We've been around on this historically, but in your recent report, it sounded to me like you were saying that when a circuit or a node triggers the 1515 rule, which for other stakeholders who may not know what that means that the data might be able to be disaggregated to a level that could expose customer data, which would be bad. So what I understand from your report is that when a circuit or a node or substation, that's a part of the question, triggers the 1515 rule, that you do not publish the circuit at all on that map. So one, is that a correct understanding? And then two, my understanding is that all the commission authorized with 1515 is that you remove the results that relate to load data, which would only be the OpFlex result and the load profile, not the entire circuit and all of the other supporting data, including voltage and thermal results, for example. So can you clarify what and how you're applying the 1515 rule to the ICA?
Hey Sky, let me jump in here real quick. This is E from SDG&E. I would admit that your interpretation of the 1515 is slightly different from what we interpreted. So can I just take this back to make sure we're not misunderstanding the requirements and get back to you on that?
Sure. Can you tell me what you're doing now though?
Yes. So currently, if there is a circuit that triggers 1515 requirement, which means either less than 15 customer or there's one customer load has more than 15% of the load of the circuit, we would not publish the ICA results for that circuit. But, as Carino mentioned, we made sure that even though the results were not published, during the interconnection process, as we perform the Screen M and Screen N assessment, we are indeed using those 1515 circuits results to make sure we're not reverting back to the standard screening process.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me. The reason I wanted you to explain it is I want to clarify what I mean. So I appreciate that you guys are still using the results in the Rule 21 process, but I don't know if I understand what you mean when you say you are not publishing the ICA results. And this is just a matter of semantics. Like the ICA is being referred to both as like the data, the DRP portal, and each of the ICA maps in a pop-up box will have like the voltage of the line, the minimum load, the different information that's not actually from the ICA model itself. And I'm wondering, are you still publishing that for the 1515 circuits, or you're not publishing it at all? And then the further layer is that like the voltage and thermal and protection results, which aren't currently visibly shown on the map but are available in the downloadable data, whether that information is what is available. And I believe, and I'm confident actually, that that's what the commission has ruled on this. Okay, so maybe you'll come back to us on what you're doing there. I'll move on to my two other questions on things that weren't addressed in the presentation. So in the report that you have a table in section 5 that I've referenced in the questions for PG&E regarding the comparison with the EV connection requests. And in if I understand it correctly, in San Diego's table, you only had 2 projects that you report in the table. And then, but in the table, and which, so there's not much to work from here, but the table is confusing to me because it doesn't appear to actually show the amount of the size of the interconnection request, meaning how many kilowatts was the project requesting. So I don't know that it's telling me anything, even when you finish processing the application. So I need to know what was the size of the project requested in addition to what the ICA was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Sky, that makes sense. Transparently, there were a bit of a back and forth. We actually tried to clarify how this requirement applied to this first biannual report. So yeah, at least for SDG, we were a bit last minute compiling the data. And I think we only provided the fields that was explicitly called out in the decision, which didn't really ask for the size of the actual EV project. I personally find that a little confusing, but it was too late to add that in. But I did ask my team after the report was submitted to double check, and we did confirm for both of those projects, the project size was below the threshold of the available load ICA, which is correspondent with the fact that it didn't really trigger any upstream capacity upgrades.
Okay.
I hope that helps. We will explore next time if it will make sense to add additional field to make it more clear.
Great. I hope you'll do more than explore and actually do it. That sounds great, and I appreciate the update on that. And then just a clarifying question on the updates process. It sounds like you guys are on track in terms of the monthly updates. Is there a way to tell when the ICA data was last updated on SDG&E's map for a particular location?
Not for a particular location, but it will be, on the overall map, say it is the last time we update results.
Okay. Those are all my specific questions right now. I have some other questions that I think just relate to all the utilities that I'll save for later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sky.
Are there any other questions we've missed or haven't addressed in the chat? I think we got to all of them. I don't see any hands up. So looks like San Diego was able to get through its presentation and Q&A faster than the other 2 IUs. Good job, Katerino. I think what I would do now is ask Raymond if we can turn this back to you. We are scheduled through 2:30. I don't know that we need to take a break right now, but maybe we can start the stakeholder open forum and then see how long that takes us. See if that takes us till 2:30. Yeah, Raymond, do you or a colleague at ED want to take over now for the stakeholder open forum?
Sure thing, Ari. And yeah, I think we can move ahead, moving into the stakeholder forum, and if necessary, take a break and then resume it if it goes long. So the point of the stakeholder forum is really that there are questions, I think, as Sky noted, that apply to all IOUs. And obviously, there are some questions that weren't addressed earlier. And so we want to open the floor to those questions, concerns, and comments. So actually, I believe it was Claire Broom who had an unresolved question from the very first presentation. Claire, if you could raise your hand, I can unmute you so you could ask that. And I'll ask that you introduce the general topic you're asking first so that anyone else asking a related question on that topic can also raise their hand, and we can address all of those questions in a sequential manner as opposed to jumping around topic to topic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. This is Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. And my general, the area of my question is, it's actually sort of project management, tracking, accountability, and oversight. In a previous position, I was the business part of a large national complicated systems integration problem. And I am very impressed with the dedicated staff and the complexity of what you all are trying to do with the ICA. But particularly for Southern California Edison, which is when I raised my hand, I didn't have really a perception that there was a formal project management tracking system that could backstop this really complex systems integration project. And not only that, it's not just about, a Gantt chart. It's about meaningful indicators. It's about realistic timelines. It's about accountability for those. It's about oversight, and it's about stakeholder input into what the specific sub-projects, et cetera, should be. So that's sort of my question. And it's related but separable from the really critical questions about, have we identified the issues and are we moving them? It's really a process question addressed to the IOUs, but also to the CPUC and to the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Claire. All right, it seems like that question was directed initially at SCE, so I wonder if you might want to take a first stab at this.
Yeah, thanks, Raymond. I believe we may have one of our SMEs be able to come on and talk a little bit more about that process. We're just coordinating our response.
Hey there, this is Carly with SEE. Just wanted to get some clarification on the project aspect of it. Is when speaking about projects, are we discussing like field project tracking, or just project tracking of our like business processes as it pertains to ICA? Can I get some clarity on that?
Okay, so I'm talking about the kind of overall project management tracking when you've got a number of different systems, a number of different both software and process improvements. I'm asking, how do you know if you're on track with meeting the commission requirements and the stakeholder requests for this multifaceted, complicated project? Of producing accurate interconnection ICA maps that are useful to all stakeholders.
So that's a good question, Claire. Thank you for that. You know, we did present a bit on our long-term fix, and part of what we are trying to do is integrate a number of systems so that these so they speak better behind the scenes, and therefore lead to better results for ICA. And as you've indicated, this is a complicated process. There's a lot of components to them. Not all of them are in ICA. Some of them are broader for the company as a whole and for each IOU as a whole. But we do have an enhancement called Speed that we are working on that we've shared on, and that's really hopefully a part of this process. But a part of the solution that you're looking for, you know, how is this project managed? Well, we're really trying to change the project as a whole. You know, kind of try to change. We agree. Up until this point, it has been hard to manage. It's been hard to project manage. And I understand the stakeholders have not been fully satisfied with SCE's results. And that is one of the reasons we are taking on a quite comprehensive approach to re-envisioning ICA and in particular how ICA fits into the broader picture of our backend systems. So I do believe that stakeholders will see the results of this. You know, we've set forth a Q3 2026 timeline for that, and I think with all these improvements behind the scenes in our systems, we will be able to track this better. The quality of the output will be better, and the actionability of the results will be better as well for stakeholders. So again, we appreciate your question. We don't have a direct answer other than we're trying to improve the system so that we can manage it better and the results are better. And we do believe that we'll have this online in Q3 2026. I don't know if any of the other IOUs want to respond to that, but I see Anthony in the chat says he has a related question. So if any of the other IOUs want to try to respond to Claire's question, why don't you jump in now? And if we don't hear anything, maybe we can move over to the next question. And Raymond, I'll turn it back to you to moderate.
Thanks, Ari. This is Yi again, just to jumping in and try to respond to that question from a union's perspective. Yeah, agree. We do have a cross-functional team supporting everything relates to ICA, including updating it, also maintaining it from like keeping it running as accurate as possible perspective. So that would include our regulatory affairs team, who's keeping track of all the related mandates in the timeline. Our team, like our engineering team, who's maintaining the actual methodology update and maintaining the model, and our IT team, who's responsible for publishing the data as they are produced to the portal, public facing. So yeah, we do have a pretty good structure that has been established. As many folks have said on this call, right? ICA has been around for a decade. A lot of improvement has been made. So I do think we are at a point that we have a very good game plan for maintaining and updating ICA. I hope that answered your question.
PG&E, would you like to respond to that as well?
Yeah, so I think from sorry about that. From PG&E side, we are also doing significant management of ICA program. We basically like if you talk about like 5 years, 6 years ago, we like it wasn't much, but we formed a new group, a new ICA team, which is basically responsible for ICA publication, ICA platform. As other two IUs, we also collaborate with a lot of internal stakeholders. Internally, we collaborate with IT for ICA publication and also development of the external facing tool of Greek portal. We collaborate with our DG team, Route 21, basically applications side of the house. We collaborate with this. We actually had a reorg where we actually right now we're reporting to our distribution planning department, which brought us very close to distribution planning engineers and also the team that is responsible for tools and sign calculations, etc. We do a lot of regular reporting, tracking our issues, and also like our platform is being able to basically capture data quality issues at the various early stages of the process. And then the integration work was actually part of, we had a lot of work doing with integrating basically our ICA platform with our Your Projects portal and then the Greek portal. So all these tools now are integrated, and we have a basically plan to move to a new platform as we discussed, which is gonna integrate them even better in the future. And then we have like daily or operating rhythms and a lean process actually to manage all the initiatives under ICA.
Thank you for that. I think we'll be moving on to Anthony's question then.
Thanks, everyone. I wanted to hop on and I have a question that's kind of a little bit related to what Claire asked, but I do want to say that the presentations today did show that a lot of work went into identifying issues and challenges with the ICA and what the IOUs are working on. I would say one thing we still lack clarity on, at least I think we do, is we're still unable to kind of correlate which of these issues and challenges is contributing to the discordance that customers are facing when they're dealing with the ICA. And I think going forward, we would be not benefiting as much from these workshops if we don't have some sort of way to measure or quantify or agree on how we're quantifying the accuracy of the tool. And I think there would be value in adopting some sort or agreeing on some sort of high level metric or measurement of accuracy that is reflective of the customer experience. For example, whether what the ICA was saying at a certain point in time ended up being concordant with the results of an application, something similar to what we've seen in the staff proposal is important. If it's not, what is the reason for that? Does it have to do, for example, with the refresh rates? When the customer looked at the ICA, it wasn't refreshed accordingly. Does it something to do with how SCE has been modeling their zeros, and because there was an erroneous zero, the application didn't match the ICA? Does it have to do with any of the other issues and challenges that were brought up today? What is the culprit? And that's important because at the end of the day, the customer using the ICA map, what they care about is whether the ICA is telling them what the application result is going to be. Is this data actionable for them? If it's not, they're not going to use the map. And if they're not going to use the map, no one's benefiting from it. So I do think it's important that we at least are able to see how the accuracy is evolving as all of these mitigations and improvements are being implemented, and be able to understand to what extent can a customer actually rely on the map. Is it something to do maybe with the scope of the ICA that we would need to look into and expand? But I think that's important. And my question from that to the IOUs is whether they think going forward and upcoming reports, is it possible that they're able to quantify for every application where see whether the results of the application was discordant with the ICA, and when it is concordant, and when it is discordant, if they could start quantifying the reasons why, so we can kind of have a measurement, or we can set a standard for accuracy that we can aim towards and get out of this workshop. So yeah, that's my question.
Thank you for that question, Anthony. Do any of the IOUs want to take an initial approach to that? If the IOUs are struggling to think of who should go first, Anthony, is there a particular IOU you'd be most interested in hearing this response from?
Not particularly, but I would just like to see if there is a possibility and starting to quantify accuracy in that way, and if they think there's value in it, because I think there's value in that, and I think it would help us in this workshop to start understanding how accurate the ICA is. So basically, is there a possibility of some sort of feedback loop from application reviews where you would compare the results with the ICA and quantify whether the ICA would have predicted it correctly or not? And if not, share a reason for that. Is that something the IOUs can potentially do if parties agree in this workshop that it is a good use of the reports?
Hi, Anthony. Couple reaction to that. First of all, there's already a sort of really robust reporting process for all the Rule 21 interconnection application, where in there, throughout the process, right, there is a lot of transparency when, for example, we have initial review and there's application failing screen M that wouldn't pass the initial review. So it's already a feedback loop established that links the Rule 21 and the ICA process. Second of all, I would say there's a bit of a difference of ICA accuracy versus like how it's used in the interconnection process, right? From our perspective, at least from SDG&E, I kind of view ICA accuracy from two lenses. One is, are we strictly following the modeling assumptions and the pre-establishing process in creating the ICA results and posting that to the data portal public facing so customer can have the most accurate information. And the other lens to that is if we are assessing the amount of circuits with the limited capacity, how aligned is that to what we're doing in the capacity planning process, basically ensuring that those zero capacity or limited capacity issue are not a false accuracy issue, right? It's not really modeling, caused by modeling or something that's not reflected correctly. So from that perspective, I think, as we showed today during our presentation, we are already very transparently reporting that what that looks like from our ICA data portal perspective to provide that view on what we're doing to help the public. That's our hope, right? People who want to use ICA to have that confidence on our ICA data portal and the data contained in it. So I'm not necessarily feel like that adding additional reporting in the interconnection process is really going to help or offer any additional insights, because that just adds another thing that we have to track. And transparently, even if there's when a circuit, again, it's not really an issue until the project fails screen N. And second, even if there's a project failing screen N in the process, right, there's screen N after that, there's supplemental review to incorporate like different voltage settings and what adjustment can be made before triggering upstream capacity upgrades. There's already a lot of flexibility in the process to account for that. So just because a project's triggering ICA violation threshold didn't really fully trigger a big upstream capacity upgrade doesn't really necessarily indicate ICA is inaccurate, right? And again, goes back to that accuracy issue. I think we just kind of think of that a little differently.
Thanks, you. I was also considering whether that's possible for a load. I think I understand your view of the accuracy issue, but I think it would be beneficial if at some point in these workshops we could consider what that accuracy looks like from whoever's using the map, and whether there could be any other means we could be looking at accuracy to improve it and make the maps more actionable, either load or generation. I just feel like this data, we hear all the time, and we've seen some of it in the staff proposal. We've seen, alarming amounts of discordance, and we've heard from a lot of customers of using the map that it's usually not really predicting correctly. So I would still think there's maybe at some point some use of considering whether we can better align that in terms of how the users of the map would define the accuracy of it. But thanks for your response. I appreciate that.
Hi, this is Gabriel with PG&E. So I think you have some good points on, it would be good to have a metric where we can see the accuracy evolve over time and define a metric, but there's a trade-off between taking the resources to, we can look at every single circuit and have an engineer review every single one and compare it with ICA. And instead, our focus is really more to provide value to customers. And we are seeing increased usage of ICA. We have done quite a lot regarding accuracy, and we believe our results are generally accurate. But there are ways that we are pursuing that increase that value and also show accuracy. So one is the load ICA use case, which we recently filed an advice letter for. We're applying load ICA into our energization process, where every load application will have an initial screening based on load ICA. And we'll screen it based on the estimated peak demand that the customer submits. It will be compared with the ICA data generated for that specific location for each application. And we'll use some internal algorithm to determine whether there's a capacity issue that might be flagged. And if it's flagged, we will have a distribution engineer look at the result and review it. And their decision in agreeing with the ICA assessment or not, or if changes are required to the application, and all of that will be logged in the form of data. So, the estimated peak demand, the ICA value at the time of application, what decision was made, whether the decision was a pass or a fail, we will be able to look systematically over time as more applications are submitted and evaluated. So that's one way we can do it. And we will be planning reporting on that in our reports.
Thank you for rounding out the responses to that question, Gabriel. Looks like Sky has the next question up.
Hi there. Okay, so I have you're going to be shocked. That's a number of additional questions. Let me go. Raymond, if I can just ask you a few questions to make sure I understand how best you want to handle this. So there's a list of questions that I put in the chat for Edison that, per their request, that need to be answered. There are 4 questions there. And then I have a question that's specifically tying to this accuracy issue. And then I have some questions actually for the commission, and I'm not sure if this is a time to ask you those or how to handle those. I think most of my questions at this point, actually, besides the ones for Edison, go to questions I have for the commission about how to go forward.
This is Ari from SE. I think we can answer your questions if we want. Raymond, I'll leave it to you, but I know we did receive those questions earlier on in the day, and the team, excuse me, has prepared some initial responses. And since those are SE specific, maybe we should go to those first, and then Raymond, you can lead a discussion of Sky's broader question. Would that make sense?
Yeah, let's move ahead with SEE first.
All right. Let's see. Either Carly or Kate from the team, can you jump on to try to address the 4 questions we received before lunch?
Sure, we have responses prepared here. So I think that for the first portion, Armando is going to go ahead and walk us through that. So if you would like to take that away, Armando, go ahead and elaborate on that question.
Sure thing. And just to make sure I have the question correct here, I have that first question as regarding the load ICA accuracy, false zeros and beyond, and the resolution of those. You're kind of seeking, in the context of when you originally asked the question, I believe you were mentioning a potential comparison to the GNA results and a mismatch with those results. So did I have that question correct, just to make sure, and the context?
Yeah, I'm not going to ask that question like tied to the GNA results. That's one metric for measuring that. It's actually a metric you guys mentioned you wanted to use earlier in your comments, so it was kind of funny to have you disavow it earlier. But I think there are lots of details to this question. I think the main thing is that, and you heard many stakeholders in the comments reiterate this, nobody knows whether Edison has a plan to get to results that are even passing the sniff test of rationality on zero hosting capacity or the other. What is the plan, I think, is the question.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And just to kind of give some context to the stakeholders here, looking at the active circuits or the ICA active circuits right now, the most limiting hour of the zeros that we have in our system, 97% of them are due to the steady state voltage study. So that is one metric that when we start to dive further into that, there are going to be multiple drivers for that. But I did want to address first the comparison to GNA and sort of the idea of, do ICA results match with GNA? The appropriate approach to kind of tackle that would be to do a comparison basically at the source, because that is what GNA is concerned with. There is a little bit of a voltage consideration in GNA, but they greatly simplify in that, at least for the SCE approach, is basically if there's a voltage issue, propose a simple project to get it addressed. And by simple project, that can range from a change of capacitor settings, new installation of a capacitor, I believe even the installation of a voltage regulator. So because ICA does not account for simple projects like this, and it simply is determining, is there a restriction or a violation right now? That is something that where GNA might not have that additional restriction due to voltage due to voltage studies, ICA would have that restriction. One other important note that I want to kind of remind everyone about is on September 9th in 2021, there was an ALJ ruling that lowered the bound of the steady state voltage study for load ICA from 118, or sorry, it raised it from 114 to 118 volts. So that makes it so that there are more widespread zeros in our steady state voltage study, which, as I mentioned again, 97% of our zeros are due to that study. So we already did bring that number down. I think Sky, you and I were talking about it a little bit earlier, even about the changes that we have done in Edison to even bring the number down from what we reported in the previous reports and in 2023. But the outstanding zeros from the steady state voltage study, those are going to be largely due in part to this raising of the voltage floor. But one other or several other, I guess, considerations are that the voltage analysis, the way it is calculated if there's a violation is if any node anywhere on the circuit for any hour has a violation, meaning it's below that 118 volt threshold, the entire circuit will be shown as a zero per the most limiting hour methodology. So when Kate earlier was trying to say that there is a very realistic chance that we have this amount of zeros, I do think that that is true. Are there some outstanding things with data quality that could potentially be driving some extra zeros? I think absolutely. That's probably happening at least somewhere on the system. But I do think that with the consideration of any node, anywhere, on any hour, basically limiting us to zero for that circuit, for the entire circuit, I do think it is pretty realistic. There are, as I mentioned, some specific issues that will continue to drive some extra zeros. One of them that I'll throw out here is with really, really old equipment, really old circuits, we have instances where there is no SCADA available for the voltage reads of a feeder. And what we do in that scenario is we default to a flatline voltage profile, which oftentimes can be a driver for a zero load or zero SSV study. So with that in mind, there are some things that currently are known as issues or drivers for these zeros, but these are very old equipment that would require some system upgrades or additional installation of equipment to make sure that we get the appropriate data that does not currently exist to run the study properly. I did want to highlight some things that we have done because I believe in your question. You had stated that we have not given anything specific. So I wanted to make sure that we at least provide some specific things that we have done in addition to the capacitor change I outlined that are reasons for why our results have improved. So one of them is going to be assessment of thermal overloads previously. And I believe this was post the 2023 report. Uh, I have to check on the exact date, but previously the ICA module in SCE limited the entire circuit if there was a thermal limitation anywhere on the circuit. So we restricted that to what would be more in line with what a distribution engineer would study, which is basically if there is a thermal limitation, anything downstream of that location that has a constraint, that would have zero, but anything that's not directly in line with that would have capacity available. Another one was that previously the ICA module in SCE was considering high voltage as a limitation. So load is a mitigation for high voltage. We fixed that issue. We've seen an increase of capacity from that. We also had issues with bad data quality for meter reads associated with transformers. There was quite a few or quite a large number of transformers that had loading percentages in the hundreds, if not thousands. And when you had that on the system and it began to run the simulation, we had excess thermal and excess voltage violations. We have resolved that issue. We had that capacitor one that I mentioned earlier. And the last one that we had that was rather large was the backfilling of some of our missing customer load profiles. So Carly kind of mentioned this with the connected KVA versus actual KVA, but in short, our previous system or our previous approach had actual KVA where it was available, so the AMI, and where it was not available, it would remain as zero. So there was a discrepancy between our feeder load and our available AMI. What our process would do in the past is scale the loads that had values up to then match what the feeder had. And that basically resulted in having many zeros as well as changed AMI profiles that were not retaining what we were actually getting from meters. We have since fixed that to basically lock in the AMI and then only where there is no information available, backfill that data with connected KVA. All of this has greatly improved our results as you saw by the percentage decrease. And we do have those remaining zeros, but we do think that there is a high likelihood that because most of them are steady state voltage, they may be valid.
Thank you for that. That's the first time I've heard that, or that report on the steady state voltage percentage. Would have been super awesome to have that earlier, but it's here now. Would Edison be willing to host a additional webinar to get, or workshop to just get into understanding that issue and how it differs from the other IOUs, and what so parties can understand, and whether we can come up with a solution to that, both either actually operationally or with respect to how it's communicated in the ICA. Again, with the idea of trying to help customers make some sense of the ICA results, if that's the case. And I'll say that Brian Leidick, IREX engineer, had to drop off, so I can't ping him about questions on the steady state voltage issue directly at this time. But I would like to be able to better explore that, since it's the first time we've heard that.
I think I'll throw that one back to Ari and my manager.
Yeah, thanks for the suggestion, Sky. You know, it's hard for SE to commit to another workshop when we do have a quarterly cadence. But certainly what we could do is we do have another workshop coming up at the end of June, and we could prepare a deep dive on this for that workshop, and I can certainly work with my counterparts at the other IUs to perhaps carve out a little additional time for SCE at that workshop, since we, apparently have a little bit more new material to share. So, I would ask that you be, reasonable given the number of workshops we do have to participate in under direction of the commission. So I'd like to use those, and those can be full day workshops, and we can probably prepare a 3-hour presentation next time. We won't have a report, by the way, to update you all on, or to review. So I'm hoping that that's going to be a solution. That was something that frankly, the stakeholders had in mind when they did ask the commission to set up a quarterly cadence, and I think it's quite a lot for us to do, and I hope that's a reasonable solution, and I will certainly work with the team to get a lot of this prepared so we have a thorough presentation in June.
I'll take that back and think about it. Ari, I really appreciate that. You guys have a lot on your plate. I'll admit that it's 2025, Ari. We've been talking about this since 2019. To say, be patient with me is a little hard at this point. And I think this is an issue we've literally been asking you about for, half of our careers. So I think Edison could do more on this. And you've heard from parties that they want clarity, but if we have to wait till the next workshop, I don't have any authority here. So we'll talk to the commission and see if they're willing to work with us to actually get some better answers. Should we move on to the other questions?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I can go ahead and address the other questions here. So I think that the second question was pertaining to the EV data report, or why there were no projects reported in the ICA or SCE's ICA biannual report. So as we stated in the report, and per the EV load and cost report, it's the premise, obviously I think that you're probably aware, Sky, but how it examines the EV customer charging behavior, as well as service and distribution system upgrade costs related to the EV load. So in order to do that, we need a total finalized cost for each project. And as of last year, there were no reports that had a finalized cost yet. So as of 24, there were no projects reported in that EV load and cost report. And since this requirement is derived from that report, ICA is going to be in line with that and in step. So we've been in communication with the team responsible for that, and it does look like SCE will have some projects to report this year, and we'll be releasing those in our second biannual report.
Okay, thank you.
And then for the third question, just to quote it here, it was SE did not address the frequency of the updates of the ICA at all. To that effect, the stakeholders would like to know if SCE is in compliance with the monthly update requirement, whether we're updating circuits within the fast track time period as required for Rule 21, and also whether there is a reliable way to tell whether ICA results at a particular node are current. So the answers to this are yes, we do update ICA data on a monthly cadence as required, so we are in compliance. And then also another yes, fast track circuits are prioritized and are updated within the fast track time period as required of Rule 21. To the last point there, to note if the results are current, circuits currently display a message in Dr. PEP to inform customers if results are undergoing a refresh. And so by this messaging, customers will be able to know if the results are current or if they're need to be refreshed or in the middle of being refreshed. And I think that Tony has some more light to shed there. Tony, if you have a note that you want to add, or if it's been covered.
Apologies, you covered it. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So does that address those concerns?
I think I've just a couple follow-up questions, but I think we're getting very close. So when you say you do the frequency updates for monthly, do you mean that you update every circuit that is quote triggered monthly? Just make sure we're not in the same ambiguous state that we were with PG&E.
Right. So when circuits are triggered, they are sent to a queue. So I would say on a monthly basis, is every circuit that is triggered going to be refreshed? No, some are a little bit more complex. Some require a little bit more review than other circuits. So that is something that we're trying to definitely work on. We're in the process of mitigating that to be able to be up to speed on every.
Great. Next time, can you come with a detailed presentation on the scale of that issue? Again, I am completely okay if there are a small number of circuits that don't get updated every month. But if you're saying you are in compliance, we need a sense of what we're talking about here with respect to how many circuits might not be getting updated. And I'm glad that we got some clarity on what you mean there. My next question is with the reliable way to tell whether the ICA results at a node are current. I don't know if you looked at our comments that we filed in the summer, but we identified that we spent a lot of time clicking around, and it appears that every feeder says it's being updated in Edison's map. So that was the origin of my question, is that I can't tell are you updating every single feeder? If a customer looks at that result, or that flag, but it appears everywhere, I'm not really sure. And maybe I was just unlucky. I did click through a lot of circuits. Feel free to I documented that and explained it in my comments, but yeah.
Yeah, so I think, when it comes to just similar to how I mentioned, the queue, unfortunately, I think that just with a lot of the different enhancements and other, priorities that we're focusing on, and if there is more finessing or if there's other things that are needed to get those circuits more quickly processed, then that is a constraint for us right now. But yeah, we do have quite, a large service territory. I know that you have clicked around, and I know that there's a lot of changes going on a lot of the time. So I think that that's maybe some of the misconception that we've previously communicated, that maybe, once a circuit is triggered, that it'll be, refreshed right away. We do have that, the entire queue process. So as they are sifted as I would say by difficulty, maybe. So we've really we've prioritized difficult circuits, and the older outdated circuits, we're tackling those this year. So we're really trying to hone in on all of those ones that maybe you've seen that have been outdated for quite some time, and really focusing on getting those processed and pushed through.
Okay. I don't know if I understand where that leaves us, but I think we should move on to the next question. Thank you.
Okay, and then for the fourth question, we're interpreting this that it is pertaining to the portal. So if there's any confusion here, then please feel free to clarify, Sky. But the fourth point was just that SCE keeps having major bugs, some of which we catch and some of which are caught externally. And there's a question of how can we have confidence that we have a quality QA/QC system in place in light of the many bugs? And also, what approach does SE take to notify the public when a bug is discovered but not yet fixed? So with regard to the portal, we currently do have an established QC process to check Dr. PEP before publishing. So despite the different bugs that may have made it to the live web app, we do definitely have a process established per lessons learned and from feedback taken from stakeholders to address those concerns and cut down the amount of bugs. This process has been successful, believe it or not, in catching issues before they get to the portal. So there are, remedies and things in place that we're able to catch things before they go live or before it's, publishing time, things like that. So they can be corrected and everything can go smoothly. And so to let the public know when a bug is discovered but not yet fixed, historically, when encountering those issues, we've placed disclaimers throughout the Dr. PEP website to be able to inform users of the current problems and if there's any issues that they should run into. But these disclaimers will be probably removed, once the issues have been resolved, and this is the plan.
So, do you mean that every time you discover a issue that affects the results, that you will commit to immediately posting a disclaimer on the results so people don't rely on them? Or are you saying that you've done that maybe at one point in the past? I'd like a clear statement about how you'll make sure the public knows.
Yeah, with regard to the Dr. PEP portal, and I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but your question pertaining to the results themselves. So is this pertaining to like our biannual report, how we mentioned the bug that was there where the two homes were
Charlie, I hope you know that IREC has identified many significant errors with Edison's results and map. We every single time email you about them, and you guys have managed to fix them. Some of them have been drastic errors. Some of them have been minor. What I'm principally concerned about here is that if there is a error, whether it is a map error or a result error, that means that if somebody's looking at the map and they're saying, can I put a project here? That they know whether they can look at those results and have them be trustworthy. So interpret that how you want. I don't think it's rocket science. Are you going to make sure, for example, that if a customer is looking at the results and the thermal and the voltage results are flipped, that you're telling them that?
Yes, that was previously communicated. I
don't mean that specific. I mean, like, generally, when this comes up tomorrow or the next time, like, do you have a system to make sure the public knows if there's an issue with the results that are being published?
Sky, I'll jump in here. Historically, for the large bugs where they are impacting the results that the end user is seeing and viewing, we put disclaimers in place on Dr. PEP. And once they have been resolved, we take the disclaimers away. The disclaimers historically have been placed in various forms. The moment that you log in, it will be right there in the entrance, or it will be once you go into the ICA and an ICA widget opens, it will have those disclaimers in place. Furthermore, we are planning on continuing that. We also provide an email where we can be reached out, and we continue using the platform of the biannual reports and the quarterly workshops to continue saying the bugs that we have, if they have been mitigated, and if not, what is our mitigation plan with the timeline for those.
Raymond, can I ask my questions to the commission or what's next?
Let me check. Gabe from the commission, are you here for any potential questions?
Yeah, we're happy to take questions for any of the staff. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think my questions fall into two buckets. So we've had a lot of conversation today with each of the IOUs really, and from multiple different parties, including myself, obviously, about accuracy. And this continues to be this difficult issue to pin down about what accuracy means and how do you measure it. My understanding was that the commission in the decision, most recent decision, decided not to try to do as much comparison between like interconnection results and the ICA results, but instead, directed the utilities to file these reports about known issues and resolution. But in that, there's still no requirement or metric or anything that helps customers hang on to like, are we getting to any reasonable level of accuracy? And I don't think I'm the only person that has this frustration. And I really understand that there's a lot of different ways to view accuracy and also that we're not going to get to perfect accuracy. But I think that we're still not sure, like, if the commission even expects that or has a clear set of expectations. And I don't think it's fair for stakeholders or the utilities at this point to like keep circling around without some further direction from the commission on what the expectations are on how we work through this. So I'm wondering if you can share thoughts for us on how we can approach this going forward. Because I think we're going to keep sort of circling around these questions without a clear definition from the commission about what its expectations are regarding accuracy or usability of the map.
Sure, thanks for the question. It's Gabe Petlin, Supervisor for Grid Planning and Energy Storage. So I think that the decision that came out in HIDR in October is the most current, reflection of the commission's intent for ICA. And so these workshops are doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is providing quarterly updates. And there's a 60-day advice letter that will be due, a tier 3 advice letter that will be due 60 days after the second quarterly workshop. And this will be the proposed remediation plans for ICA and a schedule of activities to complete them. So that's going to be a follow-up to the next workshop. And I think that would be a vehicle to provide oversight of a remediation plan that, gets the results that we're all looking for. So I agree, it has been a long journey and we're not blind to that. So I think this decision attempts to bring some greater oversight back to this process and try to move it in a more accelerated pace. So I hope we can achieve that through that advice letter and the follow-up to that.
Okay. So building on that, and I appreciate that answer, Gabe. I think it's still going to be hard because we still don't have a definition of what we're remediating in some ways. Like I thought that the commission required the utilities to address all known issues, but there's been no discussion of multiple known issues that have been raised in multiple forums. So that's kind of frustrating me at this point. One of those is the quote anomalies issue that IREC had identified. And I want to be clear that these anomalies, which I'm using in air quotes at the moment, were based on a small set of data that IREC looked at that showed some very odd curves, I will say, for the utilities ICAs. And there's been no follow-up on those or any other method to check results. And I think at this point, we're at the point where we think that has to happen if we're going to build confidence. So going again to this accuracy thing, I'm not saying the quote ICA anomalies we identified are issues or they're representative of the system. We don't know that, but the fact that we continue circling around so many of these accuracy issues suggests that the commission is going to have to undertake something that assesses whether the results can be accurate enough to be reasonably reliable to customers and to continue justifying the many millions of dollars the commission the ratepayers are spending effectively on this tool. I would like to ask that the IOUs address the anomalies in their next workshop so that we can at least understand whether they've taken a look at and tried to simulate any of those results with their current models with the various improvements that they've made. So that's just a comment and a request. And then finally, I have a question about the future workshop. This forum has been really good today. I've gotten a lot of my questions. I've gotten a chance to ask questions and I've gotten some of them answered and some of them avoided. I think that it would be great to have more time and also to consider whether this is the most productive forum. I personally think we should have an in-person workshop where parties can talk together and where stakeholders can talk to each other as well, like we used to do in the old days, about solutions. And because I think what's not happening here and that's resulting in a lot of tension is that there's no like opportunity for stakeholders, meaning utilities and outside parties, to like talk together about how do we get where we want to go. Instead, we're talking at each other. And I know that must be super frustrating for the utilities. And I would like to get us to a more constructive place. So my request to the utilities and the commission is whether we could think further about how to put us on a different footing to getting to the ICA to where it's useful for customers instead of being a frustration. And that's directed at you, Gabe, but also, you know, a thought for the utilities to the extent you guys are planning these together.
Yeah, I think it's a very constructive suggestion. It's been a long time since we had in-person workshops. Recently, we have been more and more doing hybrid workshops, and they don't always get as big a turnout as maybe you're hoping for, but at least they do provide that opportunity. So we'll take that one back and look at it. I know in April we're planning a HIDR. One of the HIDR workshops is going to be a hybrid. We haven't finalized a date yet, but that is the scenario planning workshop. So definitely we can discuss the feasibility of doing at least some or other of the ICA workshops as hybrid. Just to clarify, were you suggesting it be in-person only, or does hybrid address what you're suggesting?
I mean, I guess hybrid's hard, but I think, you know, that'd be a step forward. It's not, and I do think being in person is just valuable and friendlier, frankly. So I'd like that. But I'm not saying just like whether we do it in person, I'm saying like the format of one that creates more opportunity to talk to each other and work together through things. So whether you have like breakouts or I don't know how you want to do it. But my thought is that these workshops are not helping to build support and community around a step forward that people can get to consensus on, and I would love to do that. So that's the idea, and I obviously gave you know where to find me if you want to talk further about ideas on how to do that.
Yeah, definitely. We'd be happy to talk further, and definitely we'll consider other format ways that we can bring greater dialogue to this format.
Thank you.
And so since it was both to the utilities and the commission, do the utilities have a comment on in-person or hybrid workshops for ICA?
I think Gabriel from PG&E had his hand up at a moment there during the question and your response, Gabe. So I don't know if Gabriel, do you want to respond to any of the comments that were made?
Yeah, apologies. I'm actually Julia Anderson from PG&E. We are in our office right now for this workshop, so we do understand. But this is tangent. I just wanted to respond to the statement or the implication that ICA results are supposed to exactly match the results of the interconnection process. I don't believe that has ever been the goal. I believe, to my understanding, that ICA results are part of the interconnection process. And I just wanted to comment on that implication during this workshop. Thank you.
Hi there, this is Eve from SCGNE. I just want to address 2 points that was raised by Sky earlier. One is about the IC anomalies. I wanted to stress that we definitely did not ignore the anomalies that was brought up. As a matter of fact, I mean, we do appreciate that inquiry, which helped us, look more at our model more closely for our data validation process. So although we didn't really list out all the data anomalies we explore, I think we covered some of that in previous ICA report, but we were kind of focusing on what the results look like at today's workshop. So I definitely don't want, Eric to feel that we dismissed those issues that you brought up and didn't investigate them. Second question or points regarding in-person workshop. I would like to say that, this year for the high DR proceeding, there are definitely a lot of workshops. And, like Gabe mentioned, there is a discussion between utilities and energy division about likelihood of having hybrid opportunities. But just, sharing very transparently, having a lot of in-person attendance, given we're kind of have to travel, there is a funding concern. So it's hard for us to commit to like attending every single in-person workshop. Not that we don't want to support that in-person collaboration. It's just really more coming from the practical perspective. So I just want to say that just to share, our perspective and be transparent on that consideration.
Thank you, Yi. And thank you, Sky, for your astute observations and provoking questions. It looks like Ben Schwartz up next. Ben, thank you for your patience. I'll unmute you now.
The Clean Coalition here, and I have 2 questions that build on some of the efforts that Sky made. In our initial comments, we'll start here, which is first that the Clean Coalition is working to size a community microgrid in the Santa Barbara region. And as part of our comments on the staff proposal, we showed an image of one of the feeders, the Professor feeder, which said that the feeder had last been updated in 2018. And so, I checked again today, and lo and behold, it was updated, but now the data is entirely unavailable, which Sky had mentioned. And so I looked through the Santa Barbara area, and every single one of the major feeders in downtown Santa Barbara, except for one, now is completely unavailable. So I guess what I'm wondering is, how can we do our jobs with this level of information? Where can we turn to get any information at all? Would it have to be submitting and paying for interconnection applications? Or do we have to wait until 2026 until the refresh is completely finished? So that's just the first question for SCE. How can we do our jobs here?
Yeah, so one question that I have for you, again, this is Lawrence here from SE. One question that I have for you is, what are the purposes of your microgrid? Are you looking specifically for generation purposes? Are you looking for something that has to do with load? You know, those type of questions are needed to be clarified before we give you proper steps forward.
Sure. Well, the community microgrid is for economic, environmental, and resilience purposes. And to ensure resilience, you need to have a sufficient amount of load and energy storage, generation and energy storage, to ensure that in the case that the grid goes down, that there is enough available energy to serve those critical loads. So A, we need to understand where on the local grid we can actually site that generation and storage, and then B, what it might look like in the future with electrification. And then C, what the potential grid upgrade costs could be. So any developer we work with can understand the financial implications of working on a project like this.
Yeah, so it's going to be a mix of load and gen here, right? Guessing from your previous statement. So if that's the case, right, what we would recommend, especially for working on circuits that have some unavailable ICA information, is to, number one, go to a available load capacity layer. Go in there and be able to understand what does your load capacity really look like on a 5-year scale to fit your own timelines, right? And then you would start the energization process by requesting, some of those specifications for that microgrid community, right? Now, if you wanted to submit if you want to start the process for generation, that is going to be separate, right? That's something that you would still have to go through the due process of contacting our distribution generation interconnection team, right? So they would still be able to help you out with that, provide you with the typical documents, right, that you would request, such as a pre-application report, for example, that would give you that same type of information that you're trying to look for in the typical ICA results. They should be able to provide you something like that once you reach out to the correct again, the correct department here at SE. So those are the first couple of steps that I would recommend. And once you reach out to the correct departments for those two different types of, again, requests, they would be able to also guide you through what exactly is also needed from your end and help you through the entire process. But you
Sure.
should be able to get to where you need to be at, especially for load and also for generation. If you go to Dr. Pep, the Dr. Pep website, click on the logo. We actually have a landing page for you. It accurately lays out the steps on how exactly the load interconnection process is conducted on the SE side. You know, if you needed to reach out to planning according to your microgrid community specifications, right? You would do that. It would also, yeah, if you needed to reach out to generation, then definitely, like, we could provide additional information if you can't find it on the SE website itself. But yeah, if you wanted a better idea of how your project could be accommodated, right, interconnected, then we should be able to capture that. We should have a process to capture that on our side.
Okay, but I guess what I'm wondering is if no generation information is even available for any of the major feeders that serve a downtown area. um, what I'm hearing is that the tool doesn't give us any information, so bypass that and try to talk to staff, and maybe they can give us some of that information. So, I guess the concern is that the tool isn't providing any of that information that is ideally needed for this type of issue. So that's question one. And then question number two is, if I were a city like the city of Santa Barbara and I asked for some of this information, what is the available capacity on the generation and load side, which is not currently available in the area for, a person like me to see.
Well, load is available, right?
Okay, then let's focus on generation here.
Sure.
Right, so the generation is unavailable. If I were a local government and under AB 50, I am legally allowed to request a meeting with the utility and the utility is legally obligated to provide that information, how would SCE go about doing that?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
While he thinks on that answer, I'd just like to make a note. We are running up on time. This meeting does have the ability to extend until 3. I'm not sure if the IOUs, if your SMEs are able to stay online that long, but that might be beneficial. I see we still have a question from Tom Roberts, who's been waiting patiently, and Eric Martineau. And then I think we will need probably 5-10 minutes of wrap up as well to describe the next steps. So Ari and the other IOUs, would you be able to address if you can stay on a little longer?
Yeah, we were aware of that flexible endpoint. So I do believe at least some of the representatives from each of the IOUs can stay until 3.
All right, perfect. Let's say 2:50 will be the hard cutoff for questions then. And I'll hand the floor back to SCE to respond to that question if they're ready.
So our best response is that, if a city is wanting to understand what does the generation, some of the hosting capacity look like within their city, right? So, they would be scheduling a more formal request to go ahead and set up a meeting with our DGI team, our generation interconnection team. They would be able to provide, high level what exactly those totals kind of look like, right? So when you're even asking about what does the generation outlook look on a circuit substation level, right? And then they would also be able to give a high level estimate through some of their other analysis process that is according to their own procedures, right? So we still have the ability we have the personnel to really quickly address some of those questions, right, on a high level estimate kind of level, right? But it's just not baked into the current ICA process, right? This is talking about contacting another group from within the SE engineering departments, right, and then having them step in and ask for more in-depth analysis from their side.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your patience, Tom.
Hello?
Hello there, Tom. We can hear you. Oh, Tom, it looks like you were muted again.
How about now?
Perfect.
All right. Yeah, I'm Tom Roberts. I'm a senior engineer with the Commission's Safety and Enforcement Division. I previously worked for Cal Advocates on the DRP proceeding from about 2015 to 21. So when I took the new job with Safety Enforcement Division, I was familiar with ICA and was able to share that information with some of our other engineers. And the tool has been a great help to us in our work of auditing facilities and investigating incidents. And in that capacity, we're an ICA user, not for the complicated parts of calculating the capacity of the lines, but we use it simply as a geographic tool of showing where transmission lines, substations, and distribution circuits are located relative to one another, and the geography of the cities we're auditing. And so before I go into what I'm going to ask, I'm asking it so that I can understand if there are any gaps in what's shown in the map relative to the commission orders, and if so, how we would go about adding those to the list of fixes that should be in the list. And the question is one that I posed in the chat earlier about which substations are shown geographically in the various maps. And Edison responded that all substations were shown in their map. So I just wanted to start by giving them an opportunity to confirm that there's no type of substation that may not have distribution feeders exiting it, or subject to the 1515 rule might have limitations in the amount of data they could show for a substation. But simply, is there an icon in the map for each of the substations in your territory?
Yeah, and just to answer your question very simply, yeah, there is an icon on the map to denote where exactly our substations are within the SE territory. So there's just gonna be like, simple blue squares, right? So and then to answer the former part, right? So what we typically display on the DRP is specifically substation types of subtransmission, transmission, and also distribution. We do not include other substations such as generation, generation, any cogeneration, any foreign utilities, that is not included. What is strictly shown again is those three category types. And again, this is something that we are trying to be very privy to, right? We really want customers to understand that this is still like sensitive information, right? And we are doing our best just to show what exactly is important for customers to basically understand the hierarchy, right? The electrical hierarchy that is going to be feeding some of their sites, right? We've either on the load or the gen side.
Great. And then just to follow up on that, if a substation were serving, say, one customer or a limited group of customers that would trigger the 1515 rule, would you still show the icon but just not provide any load data similar or subject to the other constraints that were discussed with Sky earlier?
So yeah, to my knowledge, right? So that's what I pointed out again, right? So we only display distribution, subtransmission, and transmissions. For a scenario like that, right, where we are only feeding a couple of customers, more likely than not, they'll be denoted as almost a customer sub, right? So in that case, correct. Yeah, 1515 rules would still apply. We are still trying to maintain the confidentiality of our customers, especially when it comes to what kind of aggregate profiles can you kind of pull apart, right? And try to, and again, trying to protect the privacy is our number one importance here.
No, I understand the limitation in the data you can include. My question is simply, do you show the blue square, even if it's a customer only substation?
No.
Okay, so those are excluded if
those
any.
are excluded. Yes. And what you can do is, if you go onto our website and you turn on the substation layer, they will be denoted as a class if you click on like the widgets, or maybe check out the table. They'll have either a denotation D for distribution, S for subtransmission, or T for transmission. And those are the only classes that we include at this current point.
Okay, thank you. Maybe SDG&E can answer the same question.
Yeah, we do have distribution substations listed in our ICA portal map.
That wasn't the question. The question is whether all substations, regardless of the voltages that they're serving, are shown.
For SG&E, only substations that feed distribution will be shown on the map.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming you also would have a similar constraint if it's a 1515 limitation for, say, a customer specific sub.
That's correct.
Okay. And I received a response from PG&E earlier today that confirmed that similar, sounds like it's basically the same situation as SDG&E, but if PG&E would like to confirm that here, that would be helpful.
Yes, hi, this is Julia Anderson from PG&E. Similar to the other IOUs, we do not publish all substations on the map. We have an exclusion list to protect both customer privacy, but also critical infrastructure. We currently publish distribution substations with some exclusions. And if the data is redacted, the substation will still be displayed, but the loading data would be redacted. Does that answer your question?
I think so. What I heard from Edison was that they do show transmission only substations, which is different than SDG&E or PG&E.
Right, we do not currently show transmission only substations. We did see your email, as you know, we responded this morning, and we did start looking into that. We are investigating the possibility of showing those.
Okay, yeah, because I did take a look at one of the rulings that you mentioned, and it does strictly specify, this is the 2021 decision in DRP, not a decision, I'm sorry, a ruling, which simply says that transmission lines and substations need to be displayed. I didn't see any exceptions except for 1515 criteria. So I don't know how to follow up on that, short of just hopefully getting it on maybe the agenda for the next workshop.
Could you please share that language in the chat or send it to us via that email thread?
Yeah, I'll type it in before this workshop ends and can follow up if you need via email. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And just to clarify, we're aware of a ruling to requiring us to publish transmission lines and a separate order to publish approved transmission projects. But yes, we appreciate you putting the ordering language in the chat and bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
All right, I believe the next.
Sky, I apologize, one moment. Sky, I do see your comment in the chat about the commission order that authorizes the exclusion of substations for CEII. We will follow up after this. Thank you.
All right, next up is Eric Martineau.
Thanks, Raymond. Sound okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, great. I wanted to just briefly address an ICA issue that we've been dealing with in the interconnection discussion forum over the last 12 months. IREC actually brought this issue to that forum, and the issue remains with interconnection, although it could become part of these workshops also. And just to keep it present on a list of issues, if we're compiling such a list, or just to keep it present in this context, related to Rule 21 Screen M, which calls for using an ICA value in the evaluation of a generator interconnection, how that generator capacity relates to the existing load and generation on the circuit. And this was added to Rule 21 several years ago. It was a change from the historical percentage of peak circuit load, a non-ICA method that existed for a long time prior in Rule 21 and elsewhere. And if I may, that historical non-ICA method for Screen M is really not suited for the modern era of high DER concentrations. I take some liberty to assert such, and can cause more time and resources for the interconnection evaluations and also potentially suboptimal results for customer decision making. So last year, as part of the interconnection discussion forum, we did issue a data request of the utilities for the number of projects being evaluated under Rule 21 in screens M and N both using ICA values, compared to the number of projects that were still being evaluated using the historical non-ICA method, if the ICA values just were not available or didn't exist or couldn't be used for some reason. And without going into specific percentages, PG&E reported at that time, this was second quarter of last year, that all projects that needed to use ICA values in the project evaluation, all projects were able to use ICA values. San Diego reported that most projects were able to use ICA values, and Edison reported that a minority of projects were able to use ICA values. Remaining had to use the historical non-ICA method, and that's probably improved since then considerably. Over the last 6-8 months, as things have been improving overall in terms of that. But still, it's a concern in terms of projects, that are basically all projects are supposed to be able to use the ICA values in Screen M, and only some of them actually have been able to so far. And it does vary, case by case, utility by utility. But just to sort of, complete this, sort of just summarizing the issue for people, in terms of how significant this really is. A project can pass Screen M if an ICA value is used, let's say, in the evaluation, but that same project would fail Screen M if an ICA value is not available and the historical method must be used instead. So the consequence may be not that significant. You can always do further study. You can work around that, but it then can require more utility staff resources, more overall time to do so, to follow up and so on, and then has implications for the customer as well. And then also we saw that perhaps not always apparent to the customer, if the customer has not always been informed if Screen M fails, whether the ICA value was actually used or not, in the evaluation of Screen M, or whether Screen M failed, based on the non-ICA method. And that, lack of transparency was also an issue that was brought up in the interconnection discussion forum, and we're really, still addressing, I believe. So anyway, we can continue to pursue this in interconnection. I mean, it's related. It's, it certainly is related to the missing information, the data, the quality, et cetera. And we can continue to make further data requests of the utilities, of the share of Rule 21 applications that are able to use ICA values compared to those that can't or that aren't. But we could also address that in this venue in the future. So I'll stop there. I'm just suggesting we put a pin in this. Relative to all the other things that have been discussed today, I'm not sure where this falls in the priority order, but I just wanted to presence it for everyone too, because it is something we have been dealing with the last 12 months, and it's not finished. It's still on our list. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Eric. Do we have any initial responses from any of the utilities on that note? If not, are there any remaining questions? If so, please raise your hand. All right, well, I'm not seeing any hands raised, so Ari, Gabriel from PG&E.
This is Said from PG&E. I think this interconnection Rule 21 use case is out of scope of this workshop. So I think we can continue that discussion in Rule 21, but this is probably out of scope of this workshop.
Maybe just to add to what Say was saying, I do think utilities are aware of the discussion happening in IDF pertaining to ICA, and we are incorporating changes to address those issues in our overall approach in improving ICA usability. So I think all utility have covered aspect of that. For example, for SDG&E, I think Carino presented on how we did realize that we could use ICA results in ICA interconnection screening MNN, even though those are not published on the portal. So we did make that change in response to the feedback provided in the IDF. So just want to say that there is a consideration of that's raised, even though to Said's point, IDF itself is out of scope for the IDR proceeding. Hope that helps.
And this is Ari from SE. Raymond, okay for me to go ahead with next steps at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. If there are, if there are additional questions in the next couple of minutes, please post them in the chat and we'll get to you. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight, I think we've identified the next steps piecemeal throughout this workshop. But as you know, this is a quarterly cadence as directed by the Commission. Our next workshop will be no later than the end of Q2 2025, so that's June. We do have a little flexibility to do it earlier, but no flexibility to do it later. Our next set of ICA biennial reports is due at the end of July. And that will be followed by the Q3 25 workshop in September. So again, these workshops are going to be coming quite often, and we do hope that that's going to support stakeholder interest in this topic and help you get updated more frequently than you have been in the past. And as Gabe mentioned earlier, on the question of remediation, the decision did set forth that a Tier 3 advice letter would be submitted to Energy Division by the end of August 2025. So that will come after our next workshop and our next biannual report, but before the third workshop. So you only have one more workshop to go before you get to review our Tier 3 advice letter on our remediation plans. I guess that's both good and bad. You don't have too long to wait. But also, in that next workshop, at which we will not be reviewing any reports because we won't have any new reports in the interim, please do get your questions prepared on what a good remediation plan might look like and any suggestions you have to us, because we may be able to integrate that into our Tier 3 advice letter that will be due a couple of months later. So that's it for next steps. Looking out really pretty much the next 6 months. I think there's quite a bit on the calendar, and I hope that folks do appreciate that and get the answers they need. I do also see that in the interim, Sky did ask another question, so I'm going to turn it back over to Raymond to field that question from Sky.
Hey, thanks. Just building on what Ari just suggested. I had a call with the commission staff, as you know, Raymond, before this workshop last week to identify some of the issues that I didn't think were addressed in the report that I were hoping would be addressed in the workshop. Absolutely none of those issues were addressed, despite my trying to get word to the staff, the commission, and to the utilities that we had some questions. So, Ari or Raymond or anybody else, how can stakeholders identify in advance issues that they would like you to address so that you come prepared with answers? What's the best way to communicate the issues that we're interested in hearing about?
Raymond, I can respond on behalf of SE, and maybe you can respond on behalf of, I see Gabe actually. Gabe, why don't you, I see you.
Why don't you go first?
Okay.
And then I'll follow.
Sure. I want to say two things. First, as my colleague Belinda has posted in the chat, it would be helpful to receive those questions quite a bit in advance of the next workshop. So
I will say that we were only given 2 weeks of warning for this workshop. Just to be clear, I moved as fast as I could.
Yeah, no, I understand that the announcement of the workshop was only 2 weeks ago, but it has been on the calendar as under the decision for quite some time. And I've just laid out the next step. So you know that we're going to be having a workshop in June. You could send your questions maybe tomorrow. I mean, or any time between now and the end of June, and we will consider them. I also want to note that we did receive, to Energy Division's credit, they did send along your questions. And we did review them a few days ago, and our understanding was that we were responding to them. I gather that you do not believe that we've responded to them, and it may be just a difference in interpretation of what a proper response is, of what a complete response is, and that is, you know, I fully understand that there's differences of opinion on whether or not a question has been fully answered. So we will continue to try to better align and better understand your questions. But I do think that if you can get that to us earlier, that would be helpful. And Sky, we are at SCE, I'm speaking just on behalf of SCE now. We are considering your request for a meeting. We've met with you before, and that's something that might also help, so that maybe it's an issue of we don't understand the question. I don't believe that we've intentionally tried to avoid any respond to any questions. We did think we had good responses. I understand you don't think we did, and this is just maybe we're talking past each other. So there's more collaboration that we can certainly strive for in the future, and I hope we do better meet your expectations. So that's it for SCE, and I want to turn it back to Gabe now.
Yeah, thanks, Ari, and thanks, Sky, for the suggestion. I will discuss with the staff and with utilities outside the meeting about a method to get questions received well in advance of the next workshop. So, and we'll see that they are addressed. But we did share your questions, just as Ari said. So yeah, we'll do that. I think it's a good idea. And we'll also think about some of the other formats, you know, suggestions you had about trying to create the dialogue that you're suggesting. So thanks again.
All right, thank you, Gabe. Ari, it sounds like the IOUs have wrapped up their perspective on next steps. Gabe, I know you had planned on a few closing thoughts, but I believe many of those were addressed in your responses to Sky's questions. Do you have anything to add or reiterate before we conclude?
No, not that I've already not said, and I think you've covered the tier 3 advice letter, and we've talked about, you know, taking questions in advance of the next workshop. So no, I don't have anything more to add other than to thank everyone for their time and all their good questions, and thank the utilities for all the presentations.
All right, thank you, Gabe. And yes, that feedback is noted. And this workshop will be posted to the CPUC website once available. And we will make sure to send out a notification for the next quarterly workshop. Thank you again to everyone that was here, and thank you to the IOUs for your presentations, and thank you to the stakeholders for providing insightful questions and good ideas to move us forward on this topic. I appreciate everyone being here, and I think on that note, we can conclude the first quarterly ICA workshop.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.